It is a huge challenge. Thank you, Krista, for putting everything so passionately. Actually, this was the thing that I wanted to say this morning as well, because I have been working with communities in Estonia very closely, supporting around 50 projects every year, from very small, tiny groups to policy level. And my thought was exactly the same. Everything starts from yourself. But what we in the British Council have been trying to do is bringing communities together to reflect, to think, to design new ideas, new projects, and to implement them. We have had girls' empowerment projects where the girls have come up with ideas, very, very creative new ideas, and they have really implemented these ideas to make the world a better place, to care for the climate, to care for the environment. Some of you who are Estonians know about the social enterprise and the huge impact conference last year, bringing together about 1,000 social enterprises in Estonia. Actually, these people started 4 or 5 years ago with a social enterprise project that we supported and initiated with 40 young kids, and it has become a huge international thing now. So from small things that we start, by bringing people along, by asking them to think what they are using, what they are doing, how they can process things. These are the things that we are very, very passionate about as well. Thank you, Vasily, for bringing these people again together, for having this conscience to work with young people, because with the work that we do, we start something on the school level, then fly to the world, and we'll need to restart again with a new group of people. So I'm so grateful to Krista the work that we do together, to Vasily that you do, not giving up. Sometimes it's very, very difficult, and what I'm worried about a lot in Estonia, for example, is that the project-based work is demoralizing sometimes the communities and the partners that we work with, living from one project to another, having to apply for funding year on, year off. So it's very difficult for these people. So I'm really sorry that the Deputy General left, because I would have given a few immediate ideas that I had this morning. But yeah, this is something that, well, I don't have to tell you, because all of you are passionate about the topic that will be the theme of these 4 days. Hopefully you come up with really good policy documents. I wish you luck. I try to be with you as long as I can. And we will continue. So thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, Ursula. Yes. And also you really, you and the British Council, of course, deserve all recognition and acknowledgement for the work that you continue doing day in, day out, particularly with the youth groups, to make sure that their contributions, their ideas, their vision is reflected, first of all by implementing their projects, but then also as a contribution to the entire society. So thank you very much. We stay in the north, and now I have the pleasure to give the floor to another good friend of mine, Yane Ayala, president of Green Habito, and he's going to tell us about also the project and the activities that they are doing in Finland and hopefully also from beyond.
Thank you, Ambassador. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all you for being present today here at the Green Habito Conference 2023, focusing on the theme of civil society, ideas for sustainable green future of Europe. Being among such dedicated individuals working towards a sustainable and green future is a distinct honor and privilege. In 2019, we founded the network of civil society organizations Green Habito as a network for sustainable and green future. The network is based in Helsinki, Finland. It has grown from the Nordic-Baltic region to the whole of Europe. It's made up of 39 umbrella organizations and associations from 17 European Union member states and the United Kingdom. Various foundations and national projects support the network. Ladies and gentlemen, topics we will discuss today hold immense importance for our planet and the region's well-being. Climate change and its impact on our environment, promoting a circular economy, developing new green technologies, reducing overconsumption and activating civil society organizations and communities are key elements in building a sustainable future. It's crucial to recognize that the challenges we face today require cooperation among three vital sectors: civil society, government, and business. Each sector has a unique role in driving change and creating a sustainable future for Europe. By working together, we can leverage our collective strengths and expertise to address the pressing issues we face. In the face of numerous economic, political, environmental, security-related or health-related crises, our world is undergoing significant and possible radical changes. The European region in particular has been dramatically affected. We need to acknowledge the gravity of these challenges and take proactive measures to mitigate their impact. By embracing sustainable practices, implementing innovative solutions and fostering strong partnership, we can create a more resilient and prosperous future for Europe. We must drive positive change and ensure that future generations inherit a thriving and sustainable planet. In conclusion, I emphasize the importance of collaboration, shared responsibility, and decisive action. We harness our collective determination and work together towards a greener and more sustainable Europe. Thank you once again for being here, and I look forward to engaging in insightful discussions and fruitful collaborations throughout this conference. And in conclusion, I would like to leave you with this segment from a poem by Robert Frost, who says, "Two roads diverge in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. I shall be telling this with a sigh, whereas ages and ages hence. Two roads diverge in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference." Thank you.
thank you, Yanni. Thank you very much, and also thank you for the work that Green Habito is doing. And I'm sure that in years to come, the number of associations included in your network will grow as much as it is needed, particularly to raise the awareness, continue raising the awareness about the issue that we face concerning our environment, and particularly also the need that we need to change our habits, we need to change our basically pattern to make it more environment friendly. And now it is my real pleasure to call on Mairi Tido, founder of and CEO of Lomerism, Estonia.
Hello, okay, hi. Thank you for having me here, and I will share my thoughts and ideas and perspectives on circular economy, and also the civil society connection, and what civil society has already done great for circular economy, and what it can still do. Maybe at first we start with a question: what is circular economy? I guess all of you have heard that word combination, and you maybe think, could it be that it's a circle? Like something is in a circle, right? So maybe you're thinking that, okay, we have a planet that's, let's say, a sphere, but it could also fit into that circle. So is this like our planet in some certain circle, like the atmosphere around us? Another perspective that people often have around circular economy is that maybe it is just about putting your waste into the right bin, and that is circular economy, that we just sort our waste, and then we try to recycle things, we try to make something out of those Coke bottles, and that is circular economy. Good news, bad news, like part of it, but not really circular economy. So if I go back to the planet, then it is obvious that actually our planet is in a circle. There are limits. There are limits how deep we can dig, how deep we can mine. In South Africa, for example, gold is being mined already in the depth of not 1,000 meters, but 2 kilometers. So can you imagine going to work 2 kilometers underground? So that's how deep we have to mine already nowadays to get the resources we need. And obviously, I think it's like basic education, geography lesson, nature lessons in school when we're like 12, that we have these resources on the planet that are limited. So from circular economy point of view, I did have to put in a huge graph as well, but this is the best graph that I have found to explain the essence of circular economy. It really grasps the essence of it. So we have two things we have to think about. So it's not about sorting waste, and it's not about making things out of plastic bottles so they can become waste after that. But first of all, it's about making sure that whatever circular solutions we create, they reduce the demand for raw materials. So we somehow find ways how everything in this room, in this building, for example, the walls, the doors, the chairs, the tables, the curtains, how they can be in the circulation without us needing to go grow more cotton, to mine more you don't mine concrete, but gravel and sand and things like that, and to cut down more trees. And the other principle is that we then reduce the things that end up actually in incinerators or landfills, because if something is in a landfill, it's a lost resource, and this means that we have to go back to the beginning of mining a new resource. And the worst, yes, we can burn waste to make energy. Yes, we can heat our rooms with that, but that is not a sustainable solution, because it still implies that we need somewhere the resources again. There are several methods for circular economy that we can talk about, from sharing economy. We talk about not owning things, not owning a car, not owning a bicycle, not owning a washing machine, but renting those and buying us that access. Because I don't know about you, but I personally do not need to own a washing machine, but I need to have access to the function of a washing machine at the moment where my laundry basket is full. It's the same with transport. I don't need to own a car. None of us needs to own a car, but what we need is that at the moment when I need to come to this conference, for example, this morning, I had an option of transportation. I had an option of walking, biking, taking a bus, not necessarily having to come by car. So that's what we need to have access to things rather than actually owning those things. We can talk about maintaining, repairing, reusing, refurbishing things, so we try to really make things last longer. You might think and be like, but this sounds like you're talking about things and stuff and materials, but where is the aspect of humans? Like, we're not product designers, we're just consumers. So if we look at the I had another circle there. So I wanted to say that also that there's an element that actually all these methods are enabled by design, that we design things to be long-lasting and durable and repairable. So that's also something that the regulation can do and that the businesses are responsible for. We, as consumers, are not responsible for a badly designed product and then feeling bad that it broke immediately. But about what humans can do. So, I mean, humans can do everything, but if we actually apply circular economy principles to our society throughout different levels and sectors, then this is actually bringing also change to how we work and how we live our lives. And I claim that it will also increase our quality of life, because if we get to apply circular economy principles, that also implies that we get to live a slower lifestyle. Because in order to, or we should all live a slower lifestyle, because in order to repair anything, you need to have time to actually sit down and sew the button back on your shirt. For example, to be able to enjoy life also a little bit better and not just like be stressed all the time, you also have to have this space in your life where maybe you don't have to worry about repairing your washing machine, because you are having the subscription model where the service provider is taking care of that worry for you. So there is a lot of research done in that aspect as well, that the ways how we work are changing as we develop more circular solutions and as we go also more into generally a sustainable society. So I have a question to you. In the European Union, numerous countries have implemented their circular economy, or they have made a circular economy strategy or a roadmap. And the European Union itself was the first one in 2015 who then proposed a circular economy action plan. And my question to you is, what do you think? How many percent, what is the percentage of EU countries that have implemented, or I can't say implemented, but that have a strategy for circular economy? So raise of hands, who thinks that it's 25% of EU countries? There are 27 countries in the European Union, okay? Who thinks that it's 50? All right, and who thinks it's 100? All right, I like your pessimism, but I have great news. Actually, the answer is 100%. Each European Union country has their own national strategy or a roadmap. It might be, in some countries, it's even legally binding. In some countries like Estonia, unfortunately, as we also heard earlier, it's a voluntary document, but it exists. So that gives us hope, and that gives a signal that circular economy is not just a thing I am passionate here about, and I know Anne is passionate about, but it's a thing that actually the states also in that sense are passionate about. So if we go into the civil society aspects of what all this sustainable development, circular economy has, how it has influenced civil society, then actually there have been so many grassroots initiatives that civil society has been carrying out and popularizing it. And it can go from repairing, the Repair Cafe initiative that has been going on already for a decade in the Netherlands. There is the element of repair centers that you can go and have access to different devices and tools that you might not have at home. There's the element of community gardens, that this is not state-regulated thing, hey, citizens make community gardens, but this is completely a civil society initiative on its own. And we can look into also that civil society has provided also kind of a test bed for different solutions. For example, sustainability in events is, at least in Estonia, it has been becoming a bigger thing in the last couple of years, where big events like state-organized conferences and events also look into sustainability aspects. I remember 10 years ago when I was a youth worker in a student organization. We were 10 years ago already doing a vegetarian Saturday at our statutory events and really looking into the environmental impact, encouraging people to travel by land instead of by plane. So that's the place where you can really create and adjust and influence the values of people, and for them to realize that, okay, I do have some impact myself. And then in the last 5 years, climate activism, again, the state wasn't let's do climate activism, or businesses are still not really there, but young people and civil society supporting them on a broader scale, taking really this topic of, hey, we need to act now into mainstream media, into masses, making millions move and think about this topic. And this is something that has not been provided by the state, will never be provided by the state, and will also never be provided by businesses. So it is extremely important that civil society is filling that role. But there are some couple of challenges ahead, but I do encourage you to, throughout this conference, also see maybe you can find solutions to those ones that what happened? We have okay. Oh, yay. No, yes. All right, so the challenges ahead, what we have is, even though we have Fridays for Future movement, young people are aware of climate change consequences, having climate anxiety due to that, etc., there is still a lot of lack of awareness of that we need change, that we need to find sustainable ways in business, in our everyday life, in legislation. So that is definitely one of the challenges, how do you get people educated, how do you get them to care about this topic? Because in a lot of countries still, sustainability, climate change seems some sort of a far topic that is not, I don't care, I'm not influenced by it, I don't see the impacts of it on my everyday life. And the second challenge that is really burning now is the cost of living crisis. where people are really struggling to make ends meet, which means that if I have to choose if to eat or if to buy like a sustainable, expensive shirt, I'm gonna choose eating at any given time. And that is also the challenge why sustainability, living more sustainably, has become also a bit like privileged people opportunity, because they can afford that, because they don't have to fight for their survival. So also it's the matter of how can we provide people fair and just living conditions, reduce inequalities, so then we can also, all of us, worry about sustainability as well. And the last challenge, not the only, like these are not the only challenges out there, but the last one I bring out to you is also the element of scaling circular solutions. That, as I said, civil society provides a really good test bed, so we can do small scale, we can get small scale success stories. But how do you get that into the masses? How do you get the critical mass behind it, that it would become a regular thing? For example, in Estonia, in the last couple of years, reuse systems have been really like being implemented. That, for example, at festivals, you have reusable cups, that you don't have single-use plastic. And then you still have people like being completely freaking out if you tell them that, hey, you can't sell your fries in a cone, you have to put it in a reusable box, and they're just freaking out. And I'm like, but why are you freaking out? Like, it doesn't change the taste of fries. Like let's get along, let's adapt to the changing times. And that's the challenge of like, how do you get solutions on a bigger scale, and how you get the naysayers away from the road. That's what I wanted to tell you. I'm happy to connect with you because I will not be here for the whole conference. So if you want to share your thoughts, ask questions, just connect with me on LinkedIn and other places. You're happy to do so. I'm happy if you do so. And in general, there's a long way ahead, and I'm really happy that this conference is happening here in Tallinn, that the sustainability, circular economy topics and civil society are the core of it, and I wish you a very pleasant day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irie. This was extremely interesting, and as you might expect, I'm sure that there are a lot of questions that probably will be put to you in connection with the presentation that you made. But personally, I also do have a lot of questions, but I will wait until the panel where you will be sitting to ask those questions. But I wanted to say that what really caught my attention is the issue of sustainability versus providing alternatives which lead to acceptability and readiness to change. And I think those are the biggest challenges in when it comes to consumption, when it comes to living patterns, whether they are linked to the consumer as an individual or to the business community as producer. And I think those needs to probably be looked into more profoundly. But thank you very much. It was a very, very interesting presentation. And do we have a few minutes if there are any questions? Or we conclude? Okay. All right. So with this, we conclude our opening segment, and we move on to our first panel. And I'm very, very pleased to see Anneli here, and it is with great pleasure that I greet her and also give her the floor to organize the panel. Anneli?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. I'm really happy and glad to be here as well. As you already said, that I also can call you already friends, because some of you have seen me many times. So I'm really honored to open the first panel discussion about empowering social transformation through investments in environment protection and the fight against climate change. Shortly, we talk about money, because where goes money, and there also goes the world. But we are not talking only about money, we are also talking about investments of our attention, our passion and power, and so on. So it's not only about money. But however, we are talking about the most pressuring issue of our world. This is the climate change. And climate change, I believe that all of you already have experienced the climate change. We have experienced the unseen rise of temperatures. Estonians, of course, are happy because we have a more warm summers. But also extreme storms, extreme floodings, and loss of biodiversity, and loss of ecosystems. I'm from Let's Do It World. I'm a CEO of Let's Do It World, and every year we are organizing World Cleanup Day. World Cleanup Day has happened already in 197 countries, basically all the countries and territories in the world. And this is the one-day waste pickup action in the world. So it means that every year we are calling to all our countries to ask how it's going with Cleanup Day in your country. And then we get answers. And last year we experienced that 18 countries couldn't organize large-scale World Cleanup Day in their countries because of extreme weather conditions. There was flooding or extreme temperatures or extreme storms. 18 countries on the same day, they couldn't do World Cleanup Day. So we already experienced the climate change, and we have to act really quickly. And therefore I'm really happy to ask here our first panelist, who is Kaidi Tamm. And she's a Sustainable Development Program Senior Expert at Stockholm Environment Institute at Tallinn. And she's full of knowledge about sustainable consumption, sustainable production, sustainability assessment, SDGs, and so on. So we're really honored to have you here. So floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'm also glad to be here. And so first of all, maybe I would like to say that I'm speaking from the field. So I have been working with sustainability transitions and transformations since 15 years. And for the bigger part in Germany, but also in Estonia. And I worked with all sectors, with civil society, most of all, but also with institutions and organizations like the European Environmental Agency, or national or also municipal groups. And of course also consulting businesses and what are sustainability transitions and what needs to be done. So that's why I'm saying that the thoughts that I'm sharing with you come from the field. And my topic is how to empower societal transitions and actually transformations. So let's go ahead. And first of all, the topic was, we heard in the conference title, we had both sustainable and green. So maybe I just, because of my background, I'm asking, what is the difference between sustainable and green? Why do we have both of these titles in the, or these names in the title? So I'm a bit confused. And this is actually the developments that have been happening very often when we see like discourse on the different levels. Then we see green as the main. We have to have green governance. We have to have green transition. However, the aim of sustainability, when the concept was created, was to bring together different aspects that create sustainability. So it's not only about environment, and when we talk about green, then actually we talk about environment. So this is only one aspect, one part of sustainability. And I think it's very important that we keep this in mind. Because when we talk about transformation, then actually we need more deep change than only change in one sector, which would be, for example, the greening, like the society. So let's go on. And I'm sure that you're aware, but because I was not sure what kind of people we will have in the audience, I just wanted to briefly mention a couple of key concepts, like the Anthropocene. So, does any of you want to say what's Anthropocene? Just based on in your own world, in your own words, as you understand it. Is it that? Do you know what the concept means? Who does? So basically, the Anthropocene is a concept that was created by Earth system scientists, a group of them. And basically, this describes this new era that we are in. And this new era is an era where we as human beings have become so powerful that we are really changing and transforming the very systems that keep our life possible on this planet. And because we are so ignorant in the way that we do it, we are really distracting and destroying these systems that we need to have a good quality of life. So you have Paul Crutzen was the name of this scientist. So let's go to the next slide. And this is the, I will not talk about theory much, but this I think is relevant. So the great acceleration is the process that started with, what would you say? What has been like 250, 300 years ago, this really important process that started? If you know, just call it out.
50 years?
250, 300 years ago. What started? Industrial revolution. So basically, you can go on. So the Great Acceleration is a process which has two stages. The first started with the Industrial Revolution and lasted until the 50s, in the last century. And this was the slower process. Because we started to use fossil fuels more and more, our impact became bigger and bigger. And also, unfortunately, the negative consequences of our actions. And then we have the second stage of the Great Acceleration, which we are experiencing also today. And here we see, actually, as you see, the 50s are here, a really exponential growth in impact of us as human beings. So that's just to say that the need for transformation is really radical. It's not just that we want to be greener or that we should adjust a little bit. So transitions alone are not sufficient in certain sectors. We really need a thorough transformation, okay? And this is the last sort of like the scary slide. But basically, Earth system scientists have modeled the future trajectories of our planet. And basically, they see that we are facing towards hothouse Earth, which means that the temperatures are rising really fast, and Earth will be inhabitable in many parts, and a big part of humanity will not be able to survive. And of course, the ideal is to bounce back towards this stabilized Earth scenario, but actually, nobody knows how to do it exactly. And these strategies that we have, they can push us maybe a little bit, but in order to really have a transformation, we need more than the basic current and mainstream actions. So let's go on. I'm a big fan of, we talked about patterns, which I really liked. I'm a big fan of Gregory Bateson, who was one of the original systems thinkers. And his quote is that the major problems in the world are the result of the difference between how nature works and how people think. So people tend to think very from A to B, very in a linear way. But nature is so complex. it has so many facets, it has so many interconnections, that this is very problematic, that we really simplify. We say that we don't like some insects, so let's put poison in the water so that they're gonna be regenerated, and then we have a silent spring, if you know Rachel Carson, the problems that we discovered back then, also in the 60s. I will not go in there. So let's go on. So also, as I heard here earlier, we had Mairi mention some of the problems. So I also made my selection of some of the problems. So we really have a lack of capacity for comprehending and tackling the challenges that are facing us. And I see it, I work with ministries, with the state, with municipalities, but also with European institutions. And there is the lack of also understanding that, for example, in order to have transformation that these agencies and these different actors want to achieve, then what is needed is also to change not only in the way that we do certain things, but also in our attitude. And this is so important. And for example, the European institutions that use us researchers as consultants, their relationship to us is not equal. They often tend to have sort of like very top to down attitude. And this is just for us a really sad example of actually how transformation and change is still thought of in really silos and not really understood how this whole process is working. So let's go on, I will explain it further. The second problem is the focus is on distinct sectoral transitions instead of systematic transformations. And the next one, the last one that I wanted to mention is that we are sidelining the cultural aspects. So Estonia is very special among the world because, you know, how many SDGs do we have? We have 17 SDGs. In Estonia, we also have the 18th. This is special. But basically, also in Estonia, the cultural aspects are not really thought of very broadly. They are more in connecting to our national culture, but also in connection to fine culture and arts. So here we talk about culture as more like this framework of worldview and understanding that we have of the world. And basically, the tendency to sideline the cultural aspects in favor of changing the resource flows and reorganizing the processes means that the process that needs to change is only going halfway, and part of it is still hindered, and that's why the transformations haven't been as successful. But we will go on to it. So, you know probably that there are 3 main strategies for achieving sustainable development. So this is the basic. We have the efficiency strategy, and we can say that in the European Union, this has been done quite well already. Everybody knows that we have to be more efficient in the way that we use the resources. So let's go on. It focuses on improving the production, using less of the resources, producing the same way or amount, but with lower resource consumption or CO2 and CO2 emissions. And then also through technological innovation, this is achieved, and also through decoupling or sort of like reducing the amount of resources that we need to have economic growth. But still the idea is to have economic growth, just using less resources for that. And this way we can continue on green economic growth path. So this is basically really mainstream understanding of achieving sustainability in European Union and Estonia as well. Next to it we have the consistency strategy. So what does this mean? So it focuses on using a different production model. Basically, we heard about circular economy. So let's say that circular economy is one of the best examples here because we have a linear economic model, and now we are changing the design. We are bringing in the nature-based solutions, which are more natural, and basically we use environmentally friendly technology, and in the design of processes, we aim to minimize waste or reduce waste at all, for example. and basically production and consumption are seen as a circle. So this is consistency in addition to this efficiency. So we don't only start to use resources more efficiently, but we also change the way that the production and consumption are organized and designed. But that's not sufficient. With this revolution or this change, Europe is only, how far would you say? I saw this very optimistic comment that 100% of EU members have a strategy. But you know, when you look at your own country's example, I don't know where you all come from, but in Estonia the situation is not so good. Maybe in strategies and in numbers it's good, but actually I would say that it's, the numbers are rather 50% and lower than higher. Anyway, let's go on. And then we have the third strategy that's meant for creating sustainability. And this is called sufficiency. So what does sufficiency mean? This is something that you also related to when you talked about circular economy. And basically this entails, you can go on consuming, using, and needing less. So also producing less. So this is about what is sufficient, having enough, and reconsidering what do I need for good life. So go on. It's reconsidering what is needed for good life. And here we have sharing economy, post-growth economy. And here actually it's not sort of like sacrificing. Very often, I did for a long time, I studied civil society initiatives who had a sustainable mindset. And very often their relatives and friends were seeing that they were sacrificing their quality of life because they were giving up so many things. But actually they were feeling really good because they felt that they did the right thing. So this was actually the same point which was meant under this last, that they were doing, living the life that was in accordance to their sort of conscience or better understanding. And that actually, even though they were consuming and using less, they were feeling better about it. So what I want to say with these three strategies is actually with the sufficiency, we haven't really, we are maybe about in 10% progress with sufficiency, or maybe I'm too pessimistic. Of course, the good side is that, for example, in Eastern European countries like in Estonia, we still have the legacy that we remember also from the Soviet Union. So something good comes from it. We still remember like the ways that we have been using things anew and using things really very too far. Yeah. So anyway, let's go on in whatever slide we are on. So the point is that we need a combination. We need to change the flows of materials, we need to change the design, and we also need to change the attitudes or the mindsets of the people. So we actually need all of the three, and when we actually are very good on the way with efficiency and quite good with consistency, then here, in the way of changing the mindsets, we are really not well on the way. So let's go on. And here is one model. This is, again, from a systems thinker, Donella Meadows. He was actually one of the authors of the Limits to Growth report that you have heard about from MIT. And he worked for a long time. After that, it was published in '72, so this was published in 1992 or something, a few years later. So he worked for decades, consulting companies and organizations in how to change and how to transform to be more sustainable and fit into the planetary boundaries. And that was her legacy, or sort of like this drawing sums up her understanding of the transformation that needs to happen. And basically, she described 12 points to intervene in a system. And can you put the next slide? So here you see in a better organized way that the higher leverage points that he talked about, they have to do with flows of materials. actually, which we could say are similar to the efficiency turn. Then we have the leverage points that have to do with design and feedbacks, and they are more in relation to what we know as consistency. And then we have the changes which actually have to do with the goal of the system, with the intention, with mindset paradigm of which the system arises, and the power to transcend the paradigm. And these are the strongest or the most powerful paradigms, and these have to do with sufficiency. And basically her message was that the order of the leverage points starts from actually here, and these are the most powerful factors of change. So if you have a change in the intent of the system, then you really have a rapid transformation. If you change the ways that the parameters or the size of buffers or stocks or the structure, it creates a minor transformation or change. So let's go on. And when we look at the different levels in the society, then we could say that these changes have to do, they correspond to changes in the practical sphere, so that the less effective leverage points. Then the changes in the political sphere, they have greater leverage, but they are organizational points. And then we have changes associated with the personal sphere, or individual sphere, or the cultural sphere, however we wish to call it. And these are the greatest leverage points for systems change, exceeded only by the power to transcend the paradigms. So let's go on. And yeah, I've really consulted with different people on different levels in the society, and the civil society groups, they have no problem in also tackling these questions that have to do with worldviews and values, and they are drivers of change very much. And when we come to the political level, or also the organizational level, whether in a national or European Union level, then they say that, oh, but culture is such a difficult thing. When we talk about sustainability or the need for change, if you take in the cultural dimension, then we lack capacity for dealing with it, because different, for example, on the European Union level, the member states have so different perceptions of what would be needed then for this change, that the people who are in charge of guiding certain processes say that we lack the capacity of including this dimension in our discussions. But the problem is that the cultural aspect is anyway included in everything that we do as humans. So if we don't include it explicitly or openly, then all the values and principles that underlie our actions, they are just not really openly reflected. They are included in a hidden way. And right now we know that the main discourses that are driving the processes still have very much to do with maybe also a distinction between strong and weak sustainability. So they are very much inclined to weak sustainability. They drive for smaller changes, adjustments in the material flows and the organization, but what would be needed would also really to include the cultural aspect. So yeah, we will not go into these aspects, but culture can have a different role in sustainable development. It can be one of the factors next to the ecological, social, and economic one. It can be the enabler for the change in these dimensions, or it can be as a condition for sustainability, or often in our case, the condition why sustainable development is not really successful, why we are not really achieving it. So let's go on. And I only have 2-3 more things to say. So what is really needed for societal transition and what is really missing is the capacity for co-creation. And again, here is the problem that when we talk about, this is a ladder of participation adopted to co-production. And co-production or co-creation, this is a matter of the school of how it's used. Co-production was the way that Elinor Ostrom, maybe you know her, the first lady who won the Nobel Prize and who talked about the commons. So she used the co-production, so that's why I also chose it here. But basically the way that usually engagement of civil society, for example, in the decision-making processes is taking place nowadays, it's on the level of informing, maybe consultation, maybe in some form of engagement, but this is pretty much it. And co-designing takes place in a limited capacity, and then we have co-production, which is actually that the cooperation with different groups does not only take place while the consultation or sort of like negotiations take place, but also the processes are designed together and also they are implemented together. So this is actually what is needed to really create ownership, and which is really something that is lacking very much. Because when we talk about sustainability transitions, then of course we need cooperation between different societal actors and sectors. And this is a really big roadblock that we have. So let's go on. And yeah, this is just relevant because there are certain steps that show that we really have co-production, and these principles are reorganizing people as assets, as equal partners in the design and delivery of services, then building on people's existing capabilities. Let's just go on, I think we are lacking the time. The mutuality and reciprocity, which is really that different groups come together as equals, and it's not like one group, like scientists or the policymakers, have like the bigger understanding and more power, but this is, the aim is to have really, we call it in science, transdisciplinary approach, where actually the different actors are actually experts who have the same problem, they all have different knowledge, and they all need it equally to achieve the change. And also peer support networks are relevant, and the roles are blurred, the distinction between professionals, users, family members. The word co-production is most of all used nowadays in caregiving and social reforms, so that's maybe why family members is so emphasized, and also professionals as catalysts of change. But let's go on, let's just finish off. And one thing which is needed also is the leadership for sustainability. So this is something that people on all levels need. And what is needed for that is to really, we have to start coming out of our sort of like small sectoral understanding that we need to develop systems thinking and understanding. We need to learn about transformative learning. So this is like the learning where service learning, actually, which was also mentioned there. This is the learning where you engage with different groups and you reach new solutions. This is also the experimental approach, because when you talk about transition, transformation, we are facing uncertainty. So we are always facing unknown. So we have to be able to be open about it and say that this is an experiment that we're doing with ourselves. Let's hope that it goes well. Co-creating the ethics for Anthropocene. The ethics that we have as humans, this comes back to the cultural aspect, is not sufficient for ensuring the well-being of us as humans, of other living beings, of the continuation of the life on Earth. So we really need to work on the ethics, and we also need to take co-creation and co-production seriously. And last, just building up not only knowledge, but also inner literacy and skills for remaining resilient in the face of ongoing uncertainty. And when I talk with leaders who are driving the transformation, then they are very often facing burnout. They are very often facing like losing hope, because the change seems to be so slow or not really happening. So that's why it's important on each stage, and especially for civil society leaders, to really find what kind of methods and tools they can use for building up inner resilience, because civil society actors are such important drivers of change. And they are very, how to say, endangered from also burnout. So this is really relevant that we not only talk about the external transformation, but also internal transformation in order to be really able to continue on a long term. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much about such interesting insight to that topic. And I also pick up the new concept of Anthropocene. Very, very interesting. And thank you for drawing such a real and threatening picture of our future, but also giving the hope that if we are really doing together, if we are changing together, then there is a hope, and we need inner change for the outer change. That's really great. Thank you very much, and also for empathy for the civil society. I felt really humbled, warm heart from that. So the next panelist is Oksana Skardina. Oksana is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Eastern Finland. And she's an environmental ecologist working on sustainable nature-based solution for the improvement of environmental quality. But you can already talk about your research by yourself. So floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you today. Thank you, Kadi, for this interesting and very important presentation. And just to continue, I would like to stress that from the point of academics and from the academic point of view, it's indeed so that the real change can be achieved via reaching personal needs and personal attitudes of people. And in this building of the real sustainable change and building the transformation in the society, so we need the proper infrastructure which will combine different skills and expertise. So we need the organizations which work with civil society, we need policymakers, we need representatives of real governments, we need universities as infrastructure points which build the future leaders and which help to raise the people with understanding and environmental consciousness. So at the moment we are working with urban ecology sustainable projects in Nordic countries, and we are studying the current state of urban green infrastructure in different cities. And our research says that it's not that much sustainable, and it really consists of different elements with private and public ownership. And to make the change and to incorporate this into environmental education, we need a joint action, so it can't be achieved only via interacting with policymakers or with civil societies. Really needs to be the joint and combined action. And this kind of events, they're really important for building this capacity and joint understanding how we can together achieve the real change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. The next panelist is already on the screen. Jenni Kaupila is an advocacy officer at the UN Association of Finland, shortly UNA, which is a non-governmental organization that promotes and supports the action and principles of the United Nations. And we really look forward to hearing your valuable perspectives and recommendation on empowering social transformation through investments in environment protection and fighting climate change. So the screen is yours, Jenni.
Do you hear us?
Thank you, and first of all, I apologize for not being able to join you in person. But let me go through my presentation. And I didn't hear all of the presentations previously, but then we will be touching some of the same topics, so I try to be brief on my mostly other things days. First of all, Korean Association of Finland was already been accused, so we are a non-profit NGO. So let's go directly to the challenges. So this is the first global assessment where we are in terms of achieving the SDGs. It was done by an independent group of scientists in 2019, and it pointed out 4 reasons that are hindering the progress. And they are climate change, biodiversity loss, rising waste production, especially plastic waste and electronic waste. And in addition to these environmental obstacles, the rising inequalities both within countries and between countries. And the report said that if these 4 root causes are not tackled, then we will not achieve the other goals either. And of course, this one, the goal of peace has also, the goal 16 has also risen in importance. Yeah, well, this is the result of the current circular economic model. So since the Industrial Revolution, as we heard, we have entered the Anthropocene. We have the ice hockey curves everywhere when it comes to CO2 concentration, whether it's the surface temperatures, the methane concentration, climate disasters, fisheries fully exploited in ocean ecosystems, coastal zone nitrogen flux, loss of tropical rainforest land, domesticated land, or the species extinctions. And these are only up to 2000, and the curve is continuing the same way. The linear economy obviously doesn't work. We can't just take materials, produce, use, and waste. So we have tried moving to circular economy, but mostly we are somewhere in the economy with feedback loops. So we still produce residual waste, we still consume raw materials. In order to move to fully circular economy, that would mean closed loops. When we look at the consumption and production goal, goal number 12 in the SDGs, it is closely connected to a lot of other SDGs, as we can see in this one. I will show you the slides afterwards, so there's no need to read through this, but you can just look at the icons and see that from 1 to 17, most of the other goals are related to this one. What is really key to making the transition to circular economy is that we do sort of big changes in the modes of production. We need technology, science, and capacity building as the enablers of the implementation of the goals. We need research, development, and the diffusion of environmentally sound technologies. Innovation, business opportunities, and development is caused also by this transition. And then we need institutional capabilities, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker. So education and research is very important. And also we need regulation. We have achieved major results, let's say in pulp and paper industry through wastewater regulation that has caused them to move more to the circular model. We have industrial ecosystems where an industry produces something as byproduct, and it can be then fully used as a raw material for the another industry, like for example, a greenhouse growing tomatoes being next to a waste incineration site. And then, for example, CO-free steel production in Finland would be a huge solution. The company SSAB is trying to move towards that. That would cut away almost 7% of Finland's whole greenhouse gas emissions. And then again, if we talk about the construction business, somebody mentioned that already. It produces, I think it's 70%, if I remember correctly, of the greenhouse gas emissions in the sector. So there are huge transformations that we need, and the state, as a regulator, has a big role in that. But as I was told to focus on the citizens, we can influence these decisions mainly by doing advocacy and doing reporting. So I mostly focus on the businesses that are closer to the consumer and the role of cities and municipalities. Just to introduce you the Finnish roadmap to circular economy, it was done by Sitra, the Finnish Independence Fund, that is doing a lot of great work on future foresights and innovations, and you can have a look at that map. These are the 4 strategic goals towards circular economy in Finland. And the Finnish Global Compact has done a recent research report where we are in terms of the impact of Finnish companies. So we have done quite well in achieving the social goals, the impact on the right side in the picture. And then when we're looking at the environmental impact and also the circular economy, responsible production and consumption, that's where we are really lagging behind. So in short, we could say that we have produced social good at the expense of the environment, and this needs to change in the future very soon. This Kiertotalous Suomi, Circular Economy Finland policy paper, it's produced by, or with the support of the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Trade, and also several research institutions and consulting companies were involved. You can have a look from the link if you want to translate it with Google Translator, but these are in short the main recommendations in consumer businesses. So a consumer voucher for repair services could be one alternative to direct the change from buying new products into longer life span of the existing products. And the report refers to Austria, where this kind of practice has already been tested and it has been successful. The second proposal is that repair and rent service providers and second-hand sellers would get a reduction in the value added taxes, and that would sort of help them to be more profitable, because, for example, we have services where citizens can trade with each other, and the second-hand sellers can't compete with these services very easily because they are taxable and the citizens are not. Then also for companies to donate goods instead of just dumping them is more expensive. So the value-added tax should be removed from donations. Finland has a system of home service tax reduction that can be used for cleaning services or like repairing or building your house with some new services, or even like if you buy furniture and they need to be put together, you can use it for that, but you can't use it currently for reparation services of those same existing furnitures or your bicycle or whatever. So just extending this same tax reductions possibility for those services would be an incentive for the consumers, and also then to remove waste taxes from circular economy actors. One case from the city of Tampere, which is my home city, this has been given some awards as well as the circular economic success. So when the city of Tampere decided to carry out the renovation of one of its main streets, University Street, Yliopiston, they used the public circular economic criteria as part of the design and build operating model. So it was done together with a range of stakeholders, using also research and university capacity in this. And it was the first time when circular economy public procurement criteria were applied. And there are some examples of the criteria used in the plan. So instead of just looking at the costs, which is usually the case, public procurement has a huge potential in scaling up circular economy practices. And then culture was mentioned in previous presentations as well. The need to us to shift towards new visions of the future, where well-being is not seen as achieving more things, material benefits. It's more towards having a good life, and that can be also ecologically less consuming. So this picture is from the city of Tampere, main library Metso, and it was the night of the soft toys. So kids could bring their toys for the library for the night, and the staff was then organizing program for the toys. So they were reading books, playing chess, playing music, and all that. So sort of the next day, then the families got back the pictures. It was a nice way to introduce what are the opportunities in the libraries. So what can you do? A lot of things. And for all this to happen, we need everybody. Goal 17 is the participation and partnerships. And also we need to look at our impact globally, not just within the national boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. As you also mentioned, that we're really looking on to Finland. Finland is in many aspects a pioneer in terms of SDGs and circular economy, but even you have challenges. And thank you for showing us the practical activities of making the SDGs and the sustainability really like a real and understandable for people as well. So last but not least, our last panelist is Julia Halankescu, and she's the project manager at the IFK in Sweden. And IFK is a place where all women has a voice and a story to share. And we have a long experience of working with the inclusion of foreign-born women in Swedish society. And we have a really honor to have Julia here, because I personally believe that men have created a mess in the world, but the woman has to save it, right?
Hello everyone, thank you so much for the invitation. And I would, before I would present our work and what we are doing and how we can contribute to this event, I would kindly ask you to stand up. And let's put one hand on the stomach, one on the chest, and let's try to breathe. thank you so much for your cooperation. We can sit down. And I will explain a little bit why we did that. Besides the fact that we are here in the room for quite so long and we didn't have a break, it's about connecting. It's really important how we give the message and how we connect with the others. We have all this information here, but it's quite hard to deliver the message, how to package the message. We have great marketers that are trying to do that, and we are finding different psychological ways. But the most important are the connections. Connecting among between ourselves, and then we can develop the feeling of respecting the environment and everything that is around us. Nature, animals, everything. And I would a little bit continue your presentation. How important is the leadership for social change? And how we start with the leadership. We start by first leading our own lives. We start by being a good leader of our own body, of our own mind, the things that we are taking in, the thoughts and the feelings that we give to the others. Then the second step would be how we are connecting with friends, with groups, with teams. And in the end, we go to the cooperation of building communities, building societies. Yes, it starts from ourselves, from our own values, and it can go to the higher level with all the concepts and the principles that were presented here. But how we are doing this in practice? We are working with migrant women, with the social integration of migrant women in Sweden, coming all over the world. And what we are doing there, firstly, is the person to feel seen and heard. And then you are gaining the trust, the capital of trust. You are building this capital of trust with the people. And once you have that, people start to care. If we want to develop a better world and to fight for the climate change and everything, we need to invest in the caring feeling for ourselves, for the others, and for the environment. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much. It was really touching our hearts, right? But we have still one more panelist, Christian Hansen. Are you here? Yeah? Christian Hansen, he's from Copenhagen Business Academy and he's an influential leader and advocate for sustainable development. Can I say so? The floor is yours.
I want to say thank you for all these presentations. It's very nice to be educated. I'm only a student. I can't do that much yet. I wanted to talk about how to make awareness, and I was thinking through all these presentations about the social medias, because we have some youngsters who like to use mobile phones and share what they see. That could be a key point, and also we could have more campaigns. And also yet we have a globalism. We trade with each other and have so much technology. We are getting better at helping our earth and being sustainable. So I can share some of the things I've seen and what we're doing in Copenhagen. We use a lot of nudging, where we make it fun to recycle and how to use circular economy. Yeah. So we like to use our bicycle very much. So we use this nudging method where we have trash bins on the road when we cycle, and we have 45 degrees. So it's like a game where we throw our trash into the bins. Also, I think many people know this app, but Too Good To Go. It's a very innovative app, and we reduce waste. And food waste, yeah, of course. Thank you. Yeah, and some other ideas could be from a firm in Denmark called Agrui. They use a mobile green oasis. So when we destroy the roads to have new asphalt, for example, we put these oases on the roads with belonging wild plants that's in the country, to have some biodiversity while the workers are working on the road, for example. And I don't know if this is implemented in the other countries, but in Denmark we now have to look at our sorting bins even more, because we have 8 categories where we now also must sort our food waste. So they send us an organic trash bin with the trash bags. That's pretty new in Denmark. Oh, no, we have 8 categories, but now they send us the trash bin also. That was not there before. So we have more focus on that now, and we have instructions, and we're just evolving all the time. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Christian. Nudging is my really favorite thing, and this is really brings joy and games into that play, which we really need. We are a bit already over time, so we keep our conversation and discussion short. But the first question I will ask by myself, but put your question also ready if you want to ask something from our panelists. So the first question, you all actually emphasizing the fundamental idea that the transformation to sustainability is not a project, it's not a technical project. You talked about the culture and about inner change, and that there is so much more, much more complex. And this is kind of like let's have this transformation done by the end of this year, right? So how we start, or how we speed it up, or who should lead the change? What are your thoughts about it? Who should be the guy who is leading the change and leading the culture?
I think that regardless of gender, we need people. So that's the first thing. But in order to really have successful transformation, we have to have the different levels of society or different actors acting together. That's why I emphasize co-creation so much. Because right now we have groups that have more power and groups who have less power, and they actually don't really cooperate, and that's why also the problems are not really like solved, they're only halfway solved. So I think that we have to say that also in order to achieve co-creation, we have to have a shift in mindset, which is from this really hierarchical system towards more, how to say, we can call it in different ways, but horizontal or cooperative, let's call it, co-creative form of solving the problems, and yeah, I think that's one of the really important things.
Yes, very interesting question, and while I was listening to all the presentations, actually I was thinking, how do we really put this in practice? What would be needed for the people to really take these values? And I think I went in my childhood and I tried to remember what determined me to think in this way. And I remember, I don't know, the audience is quite young. did you remember those cartoons, Captain Planet? Yeah, with all the science combined, water, fire, and now we have the avatar, all the elements of the earth. So I think it's really important to have role models. We don't really have role models in how to fight for climate change.
Just really briefly, first, I think that we cannot fight climate change. This is just not the right way of phrasing it. We have to mitigate or find ways to deal with negative impacts that are coming anyway, and then we have to adapt and change the ways that we behave as a society. But I think that, we don't have time.
What was the question again?
Who should lead the change, very shortly?
All those who have passion for saving the earth, I think. I don't want to group it into boxes.
Yeah, thank you. Very good answer. So, audience. You?
Hello, Mikael Laakso from Finland. I have a short opinion. Before we learn, we should outlearn, and before we develop, we should list taboos that prevent us from developing, such as our economic system shifting to data economy to reputation economy. That is one key point that we should discuss, but many don't. That's it.
Yeah, I completely agree that in order to have change, we need to grow the capacity to be self-reflexive, to really understand what is happening. And if we really start to understand more broadly what are the consequences of the current practices, patterns, and systems, only then we can really transcend the system and change the system. I agree.
Okay, thank you very much. More questions? Come on. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a question, but for me it really triggered me the statement that okay, we cannot stop global warming or we cannot do anything about it. So I think the whole world is trying to do it. It's a question if we will succeed or not, but I think that's what we are all trying to do, and that's what we are all trying to work towards, that to really keep it under 2 degrees, that hopefully we could make the less damages. But I feel to give such a statement, it's also a bit demotivating, to be honest, at least for me. To feel okay,
I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to be, not just to feel okay, we're hearing a lot of really inspiring presentations about people really doing their best, trying to think about, okay, how can we really make this impact and how can we really give a positive example? And then we no matter what we do,
maybe I have to just rephrase, because the train has gone for 2 degrees, under 2 degrees. This is not realistic. So we have to be, I think, we have to remain positive, because otherwise we are not motivated to go on. But we also have to be really realistic. So there are really negative changes. And from Earth System Science, you have the planetary boundaries framework with 9 different factors. And climate change is only one of them, one of the very important ones, but biodiversity is as important. So there are actually more factors. And in terms of climate change, I just commented on the fighting as a wording, because if this does not help, we have to be really smart and find ways to deal with it. And of course we have to act, even if there is little hope in stopping some of the real negative trends, we still have to act and be smart. And because we are the smartest people, we have done lots of bad things, but we also can come up with good solutions. So I didn't mean to be negative or demotivating at all.
I guess the message was more like facilitating the process. It's not that it's impossible, but more facilitating the process, because fighting is like you're coming with a big force against some other force, and then the conflict happens. So in order to avoid the conflict, it's just facilitation of the process.
Okay, we can also talk about zero waste. I can go to the shop of Zero Waste and I can buy there something because it's quite, I would say, expensive. Because they don't think only about big bottle and zero waste, but they also think about nature, environment, animals, and so price is big. But second choice is going to the shop. And okay, we have these bigger bottles, but problem is still same. Not in every shop. At least in Latvia, I saw only one shop place where I can put bottles. And I think that thinking about our environment is also thinking that I can have my own bottle and I can fill it with Coca-Cola. And we need to change shops. Not just thinking of people who we can't change this thinking of 60 years old woman. We need to change all this stuff also.
But you know, the good thing is that if you go and ask, you put the pressure on these shops, and not a bad pressure, but a positive pressure. You create a demand, and more of us go and ask for such services in the shops, the more the market will grow. So this is one of the ways that we put pressure for positive change on the economy around us. And also, actually, yeah, the change happens from different levels. So this is what we as individuals can do, and we as groups can do, because when we group up, we have a louder voice and more impact. But it's also good that on the European Union level, because of the greenwashing, there is so much greenwashing going on. So on the European Union, actually, they are now like creating content, the taxonomies and so on, to really create rules so that greenwashing is not so easy anymore. And yeah, so this would be a longer discussion, so I would just...
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, I'm also talked some time ago, CEO of one biggest food producer in Estonia, and also asking why you are not making the transformation to sustainability and circular economy and so on. And he replied that there is no demand. That's it. So we all actually can vote with our legs and with our hands and
euros.
Huh?
Euros.
And euros, exactly. And really asking, but if we don't ask, nothing happens.
I think here you mentioned also the social media and how the young people can influence very, very easily, just creating like campaigns, like grassroots campaigns.
I also wanted to comment about this putting actually pressure on us, like we need to ask and we need to demand and vote with our money, but actually the owner of this food shop or the owner of this hotel is also individual who is making a decision. And I think I just talked with one owner of a big hotel chain, and she also said that people are not deciding where to go or what to buy because of the environmental stuff. They say that they decide about that, but actually they don't. So, and in the end she just said that we are changing only because we feel bad now. Like we as a owner of this hotel, I feel responsible, but this is nothing to deal with like demanding. Nobody's demanding it.
I actually don't agree with it, because I appreciate the comment and I understand where you're coming from, but actually I would say that there is public pressure already. 10 years ago you could have said there is no demand or no public pressure, but now actually the segment of conscious consumers is really growing, and Europe is really sort of like seeing a boom in this conscious consumers. And this is more about the reputation of being on the positive side And this is something that people want to be like on the good side. And this is also peer pressure in a way. So in that sense, it's not the real fear for, you know, the hothouse Earth scenario, which is quite realistic. It's not that. It's rather that I want to do the right thing, and we are more perceived as pioneers or some positive group when we do the right thing. So I think that the peer pressure still works.
Yeah, thank you very much. Unfortunately, Vasily demands me to stop now, so we just have to close here. So sorry, because I'm really eager to continue this discussion. It's so interesting. But however, thank you very much for the panelists for really thoughtful insights. And now we can still continue our discussion during our coffee break. We have, as Vasily said, 7 minutes, only 7 minutes. 7 minutes for coffee break, and we are waiting you back here in 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
and it will deal with civil society, government, and business networks to take circular economy, urban development, and innovation to the next level. And I am very happy to call our panelists to join me here. The panelists, we have Michael Søgaard Jørgensen. He's online. He will join us from distance. We have Krista Campus, Head of Tallinn European Green Capital 2023, City of Tallinn. Tove Lund, Strategy Manager for Sustainable Living, the City of Göteborg, Sweden. We have Marie Tido, Founder and CEO of Lomerism, and I'm going to ask you to explain Lomerism. I kind of have an idea, but I want you to explain it. And also my good friend, Michaelis Kavuklis, President of the House of Europe in Rhodes, Greece. So please join us. Okay, and I think we're going to start with our friend Søgaard Jørgensen. He's from Aalborg University, Denmark. Is he online? Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to share some of my experiences from my research. And unfortunately, it was not possible to join you in real life, so I have to talk to you here from Copenhagen. I'm working at the Aalborg University, actually the campus in Copenhagen, looking at the Department of Planning, where I'm a associate professor in sustainable transition and sustainable innovation. And I will give 3 examples of work with what we call sustainable transition. So first, I will start talking a little bit about what are the challenges when we want to make what we could call sustainable transition in our so-called acceleration society. I'll get back to that. Then I'll talk a little bit about some experiences with trying to work towards a more circular economy. What are the challenges there? Something about transition towards more renewable energy, and then at the end I'll return also to something about social justice in relation to workers and trade unions. When we want to do or make our society more sustainable or green, as we sometimes say, we also need to acknowledge what kind of society are we living in. And I'm there inspired by German sociologist who has developed this idea about that we can call our present society an acceleration society. And that could, for example, be shown like these pictures here to the right. I mean, production goes faster and faster, so we have a technological acceleration that the products can be manufactured faster, they can be transported faster, and also be produced either faster or cheaper. So that's one part of our society, that the acceleration of new products and transportation and so on goes faster. But that also implies that social change is going faster. So what were the norms for how to dress yourself, or what are important values were different maybe 5 years ago. We see constantly new mobile phones coming up, or we see suddenly that browsers that look like they are worn out, or just like worn out, are now very, very popular. So the social norms is changing, and at the same time, the third thing is that speed of life is accelerating. We are, despite we have all these transportation possibilities, communication possibilities, we are almost all of us all the time experiencing some kind of constantly lack of time. So that's one thing we need to understand when we are trying to make a more green society or more sustainable society. At the same time, we also have to say, well, we are today, although we have democracies, we are not living in societies that are social justice, or characterized by social justice. So we have to acknowledge that there are inequalities in our societies. There are some that are economically more poor than others. There are some that have less influence than others. And thereby we also have to acknowledge that environmental initiatives will also be shaped within or by these existing inequalities. Electrical cars in many countries are very popular, but you need to be quite wealthy in order to be able to benefit from a certain funding, private funding, or reduced tax from the government for buying an electrical vehicle. We can also see that cheap products are maybe sometimes those products that don't last that long, so maybe the better or the good products are the more expensive, that then only the more wealthy people can afford to buy. So it's quite important when we talk about sustainable transition that we are avoiding to actually reinforce the existing inequalities. And what could be some of those inequalities that we need to be aware about? There can be certain social groups, low-income groups that I just talked about. There can also be professions, people employed within what we call black sectors, whether that, for example, in Denmark could be the meat industry. We might want to reduce the production of meat and increase the production of plant-based food. That could put the workers in the meat industry into pressure. Or if we want to go away from fossil energy and towards more renewable energy, then there might be workers in the oil drilling, the oil transportation that comes under pressure. Sometimes that can also imply that certain local areas, for example, a city in the western part of Denmark, Esbjerg, has had a lot of employment within oil and gas, but they have managed actually to now be the place where you transport or ship out wind turbines, or either placed on the sea or exported to other countries. So they have managed partly at least to keep employment. And then internationally, we don't know when we as consumers demand other type of products. How will that actually have an influence on the working conditions in the textile industry in Bangladesh? We don't know how production is going on there. So also internationally, there can be some challenges from a social justice perspective. One of the areas that I myself is working with is circular economy, a concept that is very popular in the EU and also more internationally. So talking about that we should try to reduce our resource consumption. Very often we will see three strategies being discussed. Either that we should try to have our products last longer, designing them better and making it possible to repair them and upgrade them. Maybe we can reduce or narrow our resource flows by being more efficient when we produce products, and maybe also by sharing products, whether this is car sharing, tool sharing, or whatever. So that means that we can reduce or narrow resource flows. And then finally, there might also be possibilities when products have become waste to see if some of that waste can be recycled into new materials or be used in some new products. Quite a lot of focus is unfortunately on the closing resource flows, while I find it most important to focus on the slowing strategy, to really see waste as a lost resource and not see waste as a new resource. Because we lose quite a lot if we have a television set and it's not working anymore and we have to take it apart. We get very, very little return of new materials and can save very, very little of the climate impact. So getting products that last longer, knowing how to take care of products is very, very important. So some of the research we have done is through surveys to look into how often are people having something that needs to get repaired, and do they get it repaired, and why do they get it repaired, or why do they not get it repaired? And I'll present some numbers from that. We carried out 2 years ago a survey among citizens in the capital region of Denmark, also called the Copenhagen area, and we sent out through a bureau electronic questionnaire that included both electronic products, clothes, shoes, and furniture, and here shows the numbers from what people were saying in relation to electronic products. So you can see a number of different electronic products that we asked them about: mobile phones, computers, TVs, some of the white goods, and the smaller things, kitchen machines and foods. And we asked them about, did you have a need to get something repaired? Did you get it repaired? How old was the product when it broke down and had a need for repair? To just dive into a few of these numbers. The top one, the mobile phone, so you can see 80%, so that means almost 20%, 1/5 of households during 1 year they experienced that a mobile phone is breaking down. The good story is that almost half of them were repaired, or you can say the bad story is that the other half was not repaired. And if you see that 1/3 of those telephones that break down, they are less than 2 years old. So it's despite a lot of them are repaired, it's actually quite young products that are breaking down. If you look at refrigerators and freezers, it's not that often that they break down. There are not that many of them that are repaired, only 1 out of 4 that break down, but they are, compared to mobile phones, they are older when they break down. So maybe the problems with white goods is not as big as I have experienced. And now, unfortunately, this red one here at the bottom should have been at the kitchen machines, because that's where we have another big problem. You can see around 10% of the households, they experience that the kitchen machine, a blender, a toaster, or something like that breaks down. And it's only 1 out of 8 or 1 out of 7 of those machines that break down that are actually getting repaired. And they are also new when they break down. Why do people get things repaired? It's not so much because caring for the environment. People are forced to really think in an economic way. So if it's cheaper to get things repaired, then they get the products repaired. And when people tell they have not got it repaired, then it's because it's either because it's more expensive to get it repaired than buying a new product. We see that quite often, or because the product could not be repaired. For example, the kitchen machines that are glued together, so you cannot actually take it apart. So that's quite important knowledge to get, and we as researchers carry out this. At the same time, we are also working together with the civil society initiative that is called Repair Cafes. So this is, for example, from one of the first stage repair cafes at Vesterbo in part of Copenhagen. Maybe a little messy, but here a lot of people gather to help each other trying to find out how to repair different types of electronic products. Why is that interesting? Well, you can say maybe it's not new. It's not new to to repair products, but it's new that so-called modern citizens or citizens in so-called modern societies, they have to organize their own repair. It's because repair has become so expensive and so difficult that they have to set up their own repair activities to repair that toaster or that lamp or whatever it is. Within the last 5 years, we have seen a big increase in the number of local repair cafes in Denmark, going from 5 to around 85, and internationally, there's several networks of repair cafes with more than 1,500 repair cafes. And we will also now see that civil society have organized themselves in what they call the right to repair movement, that's trying very hard to lobby in relation to the EU to get some demands put up for products. For example, there's a new demand that some products you need to be able to get spare parts after the products are taken off the market. That was a small victory, but there's nothing about how much the spare parts should cost, so it's not a big victory. But there's a hard fight going on between business organizations and then the environmental movement, the part of the environmental movement holding themselves right to repair, that we should have the right to get our products repaired. How is it in such a society that is an acceleration society? How is governance done? Well, very often we see that the state is quite reluctant to regulate anything. We will more believe that the market, one way or the other, spontaneously suddenly find out that, of course, the bad products suddenly disappear from the market. Or we expect the consumers to know so much about what product to choose, so they of course choose the best product in terms of price and lifetime. This, let's say, governance in the acceleration society also means that we get what we call lock-in governance. So that's really reluctancy to regulate some of the more basic things in our society, for example, the fact that products can't be repaired. But then sometimes we will suddenly see that governments say, well, now we need to do something, and that's what Harald Rosa called the power of urgency. So we have seen that in Denmark, that for many, many years the environmental movement said, well, shouldn't we recycle more? Shouldn't we reuse more? Shouldn't it be cheaper to get products repaired and government can do anything? Until 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, then suddenly they say, well, now we need to definitely not have so much waste incineration, so let's liberalize the waste sector and then hope that that will actually reduce the amount of waste incineration. So they were for many years doing nothing, and then suddenly they wanted to change the whole waste sector in a specific way, in what we would call the power of urgency, claiming that if we liberalize the things, then the incineration capacity would be reduced. Another area where you could say there's both a good and a bad story to tell, that is related to renewable energy. Denmark has for sure had a huge impact on at least the size and the number of wind turbines that are put up around in the world. But because this transition also is taking place in an acceleration society, market-based society, it also gives some challenges. And we can see that even in the most recent governmental program from the new, relatively new Danish government. So on the one hand, they want to make the transition towards renewable energy and transition away from fossil fuel for heating as fast as possible. So they want to see how they can have a higher pace in the development of renewable energy on land. They want that this should take place on market basis and handled by private actors, so not by public actors. On the other hand, they also know that there have been many protests for example, to set up new wind turbines or solar parks in some areas. So they have also described, well, in order to have a more coherent Denmark, then we need to find out how neighbors and the local communities can have a better benefit when they kind of offer land for having wind turbines or solar cell parks. So maybe they will give more bonus to those communities where you allow wind turbines and solar cell parks to come up. So you can see here's a kind of tension between the fast transition, market-based transition, and then you know you can get very many protests if you just carry down that way. So that's a huge challenge at the moment for the expansion of renewable energy. The last thing is, you can say, returning a little to this about social justice, that trade unions organizing workers in many different types of industries, they are also quite keen to have influence on sustainable transition, but they are also keen not just to be left behind and not being involved. So the National Association, Danish Trade Union Confederation, they have developed their own green brand. Together we create Denmark, together we create the green transition. They have, for example, carried out a survey among their members, and well, there are both positive expectations to green transition, that people hope green transition can improve environment, nature, biodiversity. Maybe we can become more conscious about how we are, what work we are leaving to the future generations, and maybe there can also be some health benefits from a green transition. On the other hand, there are also some concerns that maybe green transition will imply that goods and services become more expensive, and maybe, as I mentioned, inequality might increase. There's a strong focus on electrical vehicles that the wealthy ones can afford, and we will have a bigger inequality. And there might also be seen some conflicts, maybe related to wind turbines or biogas or whatever, and we might also have to reduce the social coherence of the society. So what the National Trade Union Association or Confederation have said, they have this website also, greentransitiontogether.com. They say, well, Denmark should definitely be a leading country within green transition, but we should also be sure that those jobs that is created by the green transition should also be good jobs. It's important that we have, let's say, a democratic decision-making about green transition, and we should definitely, as a country, take part in international cooperation. Society, including government, must finance the green transition. Of course, the individual citizen can be responsible for something, but it should not be left only to the individual citizen to solve the challenge of, for example, the climate change. And then along that, saying, well, the climate crisis and the green transition must increase inequality in Denmark. So these were some snapshots of how I, as a researcher, understand green transition, so-called acceleration societies, and some experiences with analyzing, but also cooperating with different types of stakeholders about circular economy and renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for all those inputs and the presentation of what is being done in Denmark. And I think it's very interesting to see the way that Denmark has proceeded to put in place this strategy. Your explanation about the issue concerning society and the speed of change that is today in place but also the social inequalities that seem to be a very important element to bear in mind when we talk about changes and also the sustainability policies that need to be put in place. I've been inspired by the way that you looked at the issue concerning the circular economy, and I think it's a very important element when we look at sustainability. But also, you mentioned all the stakeholders that need to be involved, whether it is the state, the government, the business community, the citizens, and also the last part concerning the trade unions. And I think it's clear here that it is a joint effort. It is not something that can be put or left to a single component of the society, but it is a collective effort that needs to be done. You even went further to include the international community and emphasize the importance of the international cooperation when it comes to dealing with the issue of climate change. And I think it is something that really needs to be repeated, to be emphasized, because no matter how good policy a single country or a group of countries can put in place, if there is no counterpart or similar initiatives throughout the world, it is not going to work, unfortunately. So thank you very much for this really very inspiring and very clear presentation. I hope to hear your comments later on, if in response to certain questions. Now we move on to our second panelist, Krista Campos, head of the Tallinn European Green Capital 2023. First of all, let me congratulate you and Tallinn for earning this, certainly in my own opinion, highly deserved recognition. We would like to hear your comments on the issue. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Krista Campos and I'm Executive Director of Tallinn European Green Capital 2023. Before I'm starting with my presentation, I just want to give you a piece of information about the background of Green Capital, European Green Capital initiative. Namely, actually this title and award was initiated here in Tallinn 2006. That was the idea of the mayor of back then of the city of Tallinn. And luckily we managed to engage all other cities around Europe and mayors around Europe to sell that idea. A European Commission picked it up, and since 2010 European Green Capital Awards has been given to different European cities who have been fulfilled or who are having very concrete plans on how they are fulfilling 12 criteria related to environment, water management, circular economy, governance, and other areas related to Green Capital Award. Maybe at the first I would like to say that for us European Green Capital title is very important from two perspectives. Number one is that enables us to outreach and to introduce our solutions, especially related to green technologies and digitalization, to other cities in Europe. But from other hand, for us it is also important that kind of helps to fasten green transition in the city of Tallinn. Definitely, I can say that Tallinn is not the greenest city in Europe. There are many other cities who are doing also very good job, but the aim of the title is not only to give the title the most greenest city in Europe, but also to the city who has potential and very clear plans on how they achieve their environmental and climate objectives. And for us, that title gives an excellent opportunity to really fasten the processes internally in the city, but also when it comes to improving maybe the dialogue with the citizens and different stakeholders and engaging them to different activities. So I see Green Capital as an opportunity which should be used because we all will benefit from it. When it comes to our priorities and objectives, then of course they are coming from Tallinn 2030 strategy, which was actually elaborated in parallel with the National Sustainability Strategy Estonia 2035. And our Tallinn strategy is fully aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It has 6 long-term objectives. And of course, when it comes to Green Capital Year and our priorities, then these priorities and objectives are very directly related to our main development document. We also have Tallinn Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, and when it comes to our activities, Green Capital activities related to climate and energy, then of course this document is kind of main reference document for these activities. It seems that there are some kind of technical problems. I have memory stick with me, I can give it to you if you need. Okay. So I'm sorry, small technical break. Yeah, we are back. So this is Tallinn 2035 strategy, and as I mentioned, we have 6 strategic objectives in this strategy. And I think one of the things why maybe Tallinn got that title or aspect is that actually this document itself. Because for international jury, they said that it is quite unique. We have taken quite unique approach when it comes to strategy, because our strategic objectives are not topic or theme based, but they are value based. and they are telling the story what we would like to achieve by 2035. I also mentioned sustainable climate and energy action plan, and mentioned that the main objectives and goals when it comes to CO2 emission reduction and also adaptation activities are coming from this document. I have also to say that Tallinn, as you can see, that maybe our CO2 emission reduction objectives are not very ambitious, because our goal is to reduce 40% by 2030, not 35. But there are also reasons for that. We have quite big residential buildings areas, and improving their energy efficiency is quite a challenging, let's say, job, and it is not able to do it within very limited time frame. So that's why we have been taking that kind of goal when it comes to climate neutrality objective, and Tallinn is planning to become climate neutral by 2050 according to European climate and energy mayors pact objectives. When it comes to green capital, then I mentioned that for us it is also opportunity to fix the things, and also to maybe fasten green transition in the city of Tallinn. Because for us, world is something we can do, but we can do it also differently. And green capital for us is to make things differently, and also to integrate new thinking, new ways of collaboration in our city ecosystem. Priorities. We have 3 priorities when it comes to our green capital area a year, and these are related to biodiversity. It is very important for the city of Tallinn. It is also related to climate and sustainability governance. Why these 3 areas? Number 1, biodiversity comparing to other European capitals is actually strength of Tallinn. When it comes to climate, and especially climate neutrality, there we have the biggest challenges. I mentioned these old residential buildings, but also you can see we still have too many private cars on our streets, and we really have to work on that in order to get private cars out, in order to decrease the number of private cars and increase the use of public transportation and other means of transport. And sustainability governance is maybe unique. That is something maybe that other cities, at least when it comes to the Green Capital program, haven't been focusing that much. Tallinn has been working with Sustainable Development Goals for 3.5 years now, and we would like to continue this work. These 3 priorities are actually built around 4 sub-programs, and you can see those sub-programs on the screen. So one sub-program is about smart city, then we have program on sustainable city, learning city, and inclusive city. And of course, inclusive city is very much related to collaboration and co-creation with different stakeholders in the city. Learning city is about improving and increasing environmental awareness, and not only outside of city organization and others, but also internally. Because we see that we also need to improve the capacity and competencies of the city organization related to issues related to climate and environment and sustainability. We have to have right mindset in order to achieve our objectives. When it comes to also learning city, then for example we have all this school year is dedicated to environmental education, so all schools and kindergartens in the city of Tallinn, they have their own special programs and activities, and they are very, very active. And also when it comes to, for example, Tallinn Botanical Garden or museums or Tallinn Zoo. They also have their own specific program dedicated to this sub-program, and they are organizing also a lot of different activities and events. Sustainable city is related to biodiversity, urban greenery, and also improving the urban environment and urban space. Biodiversity. Tallinn, why this is our richness. Tallinn owns around 20% of its territory, only 20%. 80% of Tallinn's territory is owned privately or by the state. And 17% of Tallinn territory are green areas. So in that sense, we have really kept that land Tallinn, city of Tallinn owns for the nature, for the animals, in order to really keep and protect biodiversity. On this photo you can see municipal oxes. They are actually in the city payroll, so I can call them my colleague. When it comes to biodiversity, and also I'm not going to provide a full overview of what we are doing, it will take all day. Because we have more than 200 different activities and events planned for this year, and also several international events, etc. But today I just kind of focusing on those, let's say, projects or examples of projects that are related to citizens' engagement and kind of collaboration with different community groups. And we are very, very proud that actually in Tallinn we have 32 community gardens. And this is actually very unique. In other cities, for example in Northern Europe, they have quite a lot allotment gardens, which means that there is a land and then you are queuing and then you can maybe get the lot and then you are paying annual rent. In our case, community gardens, all the concept is completely different. In our case, it means that if some community group or groups, they are interested in setting up community garden, then they are contacting with the city. And then city, we have mapped all the areas in the city, because 20% of the land. So we have mapped all the areas in the city where there is possible to establish new community gardens. So basically, if community groups are contacting with us, then we are saying that, okay, these are the places actually we can give you. And you can actually establish your community garden. We are not asking any rent for that, but we are providing additional funding so that they can kind of set up this garden, buying all the necessary equipment, etc. And then we have also a special program for community gardens, and they can apply funding from this program in order to organize different events in these community gardens, like concerts or workshops or seminars, like different kind of events. And we have 32 community gardens at the moment, and this number is increasing. Those community gardens are in all city districts across the city. Actually, is it this week? Tomorrow, I think. Tomorrow we are going to open a new community garden in Kassisaba district, and this garden is actually on what it is, containers. So it is container garden. We have also 131 learning gardens, and these learning gardens are related to schools, kindergartens, but also elderly facilities, universities. Those gardens are in their territory. And maybe when it comes to community gardens and learning gardens, one aspect, of course, is environment and biodiversity and creating new green areas or improving urban greenery. But the second important aspect is that those community gardens are also very important integration projects, because community gardens are bringing together different nationalities. We have expats who are very active in some of the areas, but it also improves cross-generational interaction because there are children and senior or older people working together. So it is not only important, and also when we are talking about sustainable development, it is not only about nature and biodiversity, but it is also about the health of the people, but also cooperation and working together. Second flagship, and this has been developed on paper for last 8 years. And I think it is very important to kind of really to create very strong concept and then start kind of building and according to that. The flagship called Pollinator Highway, and this is linear park, which is almost 14 kilometers long. It passes all the city districts, and it is actually former corridor of high voltage transition towers. And now those towers have been taken down and cables are put underground. Then actually all that land was owned by the state, not by the city. So it took a couple of years in order to get this back land in the city budget. And now there are possibilities for us to start kind of developing this area. Why we call it Pollinator Highway? It is because that we are creating pollinator kind of flower beds across this linear park for different types of pollinators. So we have been collaborating with, for example, Tallinn Association of Tallinn honeykeepers on that, different universities, scientists, in order to create a concept how we are going to do it and what kind of different plants we need to use in order to have kind of very diverse possibilities for different pollinators. We also actually collaborated with garage owners and also schools, like there is Kopli Art School. We engaged them and we asked children to kind of create the images or what they would like to see in this Pollinator Highway. Actually, let me see if I have photos here as well. Last year we had a competition for getting these kind of new installations to the Pollinator Highway. We called it Place Buzz, and actually at the moment this is nominated as one of the Bauhaus, European Bauhaus projects, and we are very proud about it. And actually these are some of the objects that has been selected. There has been kind of public poll, all could kind of vote what are their preferences, and according to that, those objects were selected, and many of them are already built, and we will continue with that. Of course, this is a very long project. It is not only 1 year or European Green Capital Year project. It is 14 kilometers long, and of course we are kind of developing it step by step. We started with the first stage, which is here in Kopli, not Kopli, Baltia. That is the first stage of this Pollinator Highway. And why I wanted to introduce it is because that when we elaborated this concept, it was very kind of broad engagement of very different stakeholders, like people who are living both sides of this corridor, what kind of companies there are, and also schools, and as I mentioned, other groups and universities. Then we are actually next week we will have official kickoff of this cleanup campaign. For us, as you know, we have quite long sea border in Tallinn, and of course the condition of the Baltic Sea is very important for us, and that's why we we came up with the initiative on Baltic Sea Cleanup Day. It's not Cleanup Day, but it is actually kind of cleanup weeks. We are doing it in collaboration with the city of Helsinki, so it's kind of Tallinn and Helsinki kind of joint initiative. And here we are also collaborating with Let's Do It World team. They are helping us to organize it. And why we wanted to do it, it is because that we know that at the end of August there is Baltic Sea Day. And then in September there is this World Cleanup Day, which is also a Estonian initiative. And we thought that instead of having those kind of two separate random events, we would like to have like bigger and longer campaign with bigger impact and longer impact. And our aim is to engage all or a lot of cities around the Baltic Sea. So it will be not only for us and Helsinki, but it is also for other cities. We have already cities who have registered. I think we have around 40 cities already, and actually from all the Baltic Sea region countries. And of course, during these 2 weeks, we would like to engage as many different groups, civil society organizations, and people to join with this campaign, and then coming up with their own activities and maybe kind of cleaning actions. Second priority is climate, and under climate, we have also actually focusing on innovation, green solution, digital solutions for improving urban environment. And here we have also a couple of flagships which are, I think, quite unique. For example, we elaborated digital library of pollinator-friendly plants. And this library is open for everyone. It is web-based. And basically it is about if you want to, I don't know, create your own flower bed, or if you are professional, or if you are urban greenery expert, then you can use this tool. And it is basically that you can pick up different flowers and then you can see what type of flowers are providing good living condition of different types of pollinators. So it's about also kind of diversifying the pollinators in the city. And the second important tool we have been elaborating is green tea twin. And it is about the tool for modeling urban greenery. And what does it do is that by using this tool, you can kind of model, for example, tree during the year and during the season. You can see how fast one or another tree is growing, and when there will be heat waves during the summer, which is of course one of the negative outcomes of the global warming, you can see how big is the shadow the one or another tree is providing. So in that sense, it is a very important tool when it comes to adapting to the changing climate. And actually together with these two digital projects, we are also going to open participation hub or participation center this August in the city of Tallinn. And basically in this center there will be virtual reality tools and other tools so that we can introduce different groups and the people what kind of spatial development plans we have in the city. We also, this is also ongoing project, we also have a project we call Green Track, and it is about urban interventions project. We would like to show that with small actions and small activities, we can make quite big difference when it comes to improving the quality of urban space. So we are going to create 14 flower meadows. Actually, we are going to open park in the Rathaus Square, Old Town Square. And also there are also we have around 70 different interventions we are going to install in city in different places. And we also have actually competition on that, and you can see one of those solutions and winners of the solution. And we are also going to open public sauna next to the city hall, and it will be the first. We have community gardens, but then we will have the first community sauna as well. And of course, another big project is Test in Tallinn, and basically it means that we are opening the city of Tallinn for all the companies across the world. They can come to Tallinn and they can test their prototypes and pilot their prototypes in urban environment in the city of Tallinn. It's our enterprise department who is in charge of this project. And sustainability governance and citizens engagement. In order really to engage different groups when it comes to implementation of the Green Capital priorities, we have a Green Capital Fund, and we call it Let's Do It Together. It is 1.1 million euros, and we have financed 49 projects from this fund. Now it is closed, all projects has been selected. But these 49 projects are the ones who are also contributing to those 4 priority like focus areas and programs of the Green Capital. There are some of the examples. For example, last week we opened a studio, like this repairing studio, in Old Town in collaboration with Tallinn Art Academy and designer Red House. And it calls Trash to Trend Art. And actually everyone can go there, and then they are helping to kind of redesign your old clothes or things like that. Then we also had the Green Fest. We financed that One World that took place also in Fotografiska a couple of weeks ago, and we are also financing different community activities and projects as well. When it comes to other flagships, then I mentioned Participation Hub, but also Tallinn is quite unique that we have now since 2018, I think, or 2019, first time we had this participatory budget, which means that we are allocating 1 million euros so that people can vote at first they can submit their proposals, what should be done with that funding, and then they can vote the best ideas, and then those best ideas will be implemented by the city. Participatory budget, this participatory budget is dedicated to green activities related to environment, circular economy, green transition, and the new participatory budget call will be opened August or September this year for 2024. Then we are also organizing Urban Space Street Festival. Last year we started with that. It was only like 2 days long, but now there will be 2-week long festival, and we are closing yet another street for 2 weeks in Rävala Puiestee. And we are also first time organizing People's Assembly. You might know those climate People's Assemblies. We are organizing People's Assembly, and it will be focusing on urban greenery this year. And next week we will launch this assembly as well, because we are inviting people to join. We need around 600 enthusiasts, among from we can choose those who will be engaged to Assembly's work. And very important, circular economy was one of the topics, and of course for us it is also very important to really switch into circular economy, to get rid of the single-use packages. I have to say that Tallinn forbidden plastic single-use cups and dishes already 2018. But now, just recently, we have also, we forbid also any kind of use of the single package and dishes. So all events organized by the city of Tallinn, it is prohibited. Everyone has to use, what it is, reusable, yes, reusable cups and plates and dishes. And we are also collaborating with Song and Dance Festival NGO. As you know, that this year will be Youth Song and Dance Festival, and their main topic this year is Holy is the Land. And I think it is very well in line of like our objective on reducing the number of single-use packages and plastic packages. And we are collaborating with them so that actually this year for participants there will be no single-use dishes used. So all are reusable. Yeah. And also related to Dance and Song Festival, we also actually had the 9th of May big campaign together with children, together with collectives who will participate in Song and Dance Festival. We planned 150 trees in different places of the city of Tallinn because holy is the land. And Danish colleague provided some examples from Denmark related to circular economy. One of our flagships of the Green Capital is Kopli 39. This is actually northern part of Tallinn, and it is this area former cultural center from Soviet time. But actually now around this center there is quite strong new community has been built up. We have been supporting it financially, but also we hired a kind of community coordinator there who is kind of helping to organize different events. They actually opened the first communal apiary in Tallinn. So we have community gardens, we have community apiary, and we have community sauna. We will have community sauna in Tallinn. And this is very interesting project in the sense that the idea is to boost this kind of bottom-up kind of creative economy development based on circular economy principles. So they got funding from the government, but and also from the city of Tallinn. They have renovated these old garages, and now in those garages there are different repairing workshops taking place. And actually they have also community garden there. And this is very interesting in the sense that there are really very different nationalities involved. Like expats are living in Tallinn, but also Russian-speaking people, which is kind of historically the area where Russian-speaking people lived, and also Estonians. So it is also a very nice integration project. And besides all kind of these activities, I think one other important aspect of this project is that together with this community, we are now trying to identify the function of this building. Because very often it is so that in the city we are kind of planning that, okay, you know, this building, these functions, and then we are building it, and then we are giving it to community, and community saying, no, we can't use it because our needs and interests are different. So we would like to avoid that, and together with them we would like to kind of rethink the function of this kind of building, and then starting renovations of this. And the last and least, I mentioned that Tallinn is working with sustainable development very actively. One of our Green Capital, let's say, flagship projects is creation of sustainability governance hub in Tallinn. We are collaborating with cities across Europe. We have around 40 cities who are interested in local implementation of UN Sustainable Development Goals. Tallinn was lead partner of cross-European project called Global Goals for Cities. We had 19 cities from 19 European countries, and now based on this network we are kind of broadening the number of the cities we would like to involve in this exercise, and we are also planning to organize one seminar in the frame of open government summit that will take place in Tallinn in September, organized by Prime Minister's office, and we would like to focus on how cities can contribute to the global goals and what kind of governance, let's say, principles we have to use and implement in order to better achieve sustainability goals. And yes. Yeah, very technical reasons. Why Finland and Lithuania actually I think is, yeah, Kaunas is, but Latvia is not involved. For example, Klaipėda is from Vilnius, but Latvia is not participating. It is because of how this EU program built up this engagement of different cities. It wasn't in our hand. There was basically a call of the cities who would like to participate in this network. We were the ones who wanted to do it. I don't know what were the reasons why Latvia, any cities from Latvia or Finland didn't submit their applications. Maybe they didn't got that information, I don't know. And once the cities were selected, then actually Tallinn was offered the lead partner position, and of course we agreed. But yeah, I mean, how different cities were involved, that wasn't in our hand. We didn't lead that process. But actually, this is my last slide. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time. And you can ask questions if there is time, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Krista. And actually, what you just presented to us really confirmed my opinion about Tallinn being this capital, green capital of Europe. Now we move on, and thank you for all the details, and again, congratulations. Now we move on to another city, Göteborg, with Tove Lund, and maybe Göteborg will be the city for 2024.
Some of the people already contacted, actually.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. A very inspiring presentation by Tallinn. I can see that we have a lot of similarities. Could have been more or less the same story about Gothenburg. Today in my presentation, I will not give the overview of Gothenburg, but more focus on the sharing economy, which I was asked to. My name is Tove Lund, and I work at the city of Gothenburg in an administration called Democracy and Citizen Service. And Gothenburg is, as you probably know, situated on the Swedish west coast. It's the second largest city in Sweden with just a little bit more than 600,000 people. So just like the rest of the cities and around Europe and the world, we are in the middle of navigating this very complex sustainable transformation, realizing that we have to do things very differently than before, and making entirely new kinds of things possible. 2 years ago, we adopted our new environment and climate program. and you can see similarities with Tallinn as well. We have 3 main goals in this program. So by 2030, we want to have a high level of diversity in Gothenburg, a footprint close to 0 already by 2030, which is very ambitious, and that we should also have a healthy living environment. Gothenburg was also selected as one of the 100 EU mission cities who are supposed to run as forerunners becoming climate neutral by 2030. And in order to reach these ambitious goals, we have 7 transversal strategies in our program that are supposed to foster this transformation faster, and 2 of them are relevant for my talk today. One is that we are supposed to create conditions to live sustainable for the citizens in Gothenburg, also reducing the consumption-based emissions from private consumption, and also to drive the development of the circular economy. And as you probably know, the circular and sharing economy has been going on for the last 10-15 years in a very high pace. In Sweden, we had a national program for the sharing economy running during 2018 to 2021, where Gothenburg, together with Stockholm, Umeå, and Malmö, cooperated with Lund University, and we were running and developing so-called test beds in each city, where we were exploring with the sharing economy as a tool to reach the sustainability goals. So sharing in a city, as we see it, it has to do both with how we build the infrastructure of the city. There has to be offer of circular sharing initiatives, but we also have to work with the culture so that people want to share resources, products, space, information, data, knowledge, and so on with each other. It's also important to remember that we need to have a critical view on the sharing economy. Many cities have had to face many disruptive, innovative examples of the sharing economy, such as the Airbnb, bike pools, and shared micromobility. So it's a lot of things happening that affects the cities. So it can also be how we need strategies for working with that. The role of the city government can be therefore both to regulate the sharing economy, but also to provide space, collaborate, and enabling for it in a way that leads to sustainable. So a test bed, it's a concept mentioned already this morning. It's a physical or virtual environment that is driving innovation by testing, developing new products, services, or processes. So in our test bed in Gothenburg, we developed and tested how we can share different products and services, but also space, both when it comes to sharing premises and land. I don't know how familiar you are with the innovation process, but it looks more or less the same. You work with understanding the needs of the problem, and then you develop ideas, you test them, you evaluate them, and then if they are successful, you implement them and try to scale them up. So what we did in the Sharing City testbed is also trying to generate knowledge. What is the role of the sharing economy that the city government should take? What are the benefits to the society? How do we need to develop business models that make these sharing initiatives sustainable over time? And what is the user perspective? Because we know that it requires behavioral change. We're going to have citizens to start share more products, to rent things, to loan things instead of buying and owning everything. The sharing economy, it started to bubbling in Gothenburg already some 10-15 years ago. We had one NGO coming to us at the city government called Collaborativ Ekonomi Sverige, and they wanted to start to map the sharing economy and everything that was going on in Gothenburg in order to try to see what is happening. So what we did, we tried to help them, support them in order to build the first version in a partnership between the city government and this NGO, which became the Smart Map. And we organized so-called map jams in different parts of our city together with citizens, because who knows the city better than the citizens themselves. So on the smart map, we have mapped out all the sharing initiatives, both from the civil society but also the business sector, as long as they are not big global platforms that don't have a local presence in our city, then we don't map them. And it has become a social innovation, spreading to other cities such as Malmö, Umeå, Stockholm, Karlstad, and so on. The map is open source, so it's free for other cities to take. We can cooperate. We are still waiting. Who will be the first international city to have the smart map? We are very curious to see that happen. And yes, that's basically a little bit about the smart map. I will give you some more examples of what's on the smart map. So the toy library, it was the first toy library in Sweden, developed through the Sharing City testbed, opened in 2019, just before the pandemic. It was a very difficult time to start a new business. By the way, does anyone know how many toys a Swedish child have on average? Any guess?
50?
Huh?
50?
Ooh, much more. It's a terrible number, 536, some researchers calculated. It shows a little bit how big consumption starts already in very young age. So a toy library can be a good example of how to start to maybe foster new behavior at an early age. So it works basically that they have a membership fee and that you can pay to get access to the toys, or you can become a volunteer. So if you don't have money, you can also work as a volunteer in the library and get access to the toys. So there are different ways of how to use the library. And then we also had a platform for sharing land. I really like your idea with community gardens. I don't think we have so many in Gothenburg, but we have the problem that more people want to do urban farming than we have land. So this platform can match. Maybe you have a big garden, but you are too old or too tired or not interested, and you can put the land on the platform. Someone else who lives in a flat without land can be matchmaked, and you start to match people who can do urban gardening in someone else's garden or so. And like also mentioned before, we have a lot of maker spaces, bike kitchens, which means you come there with your bike or repair and so on. We have also public ones in the library, in one library where you can lend a sewing machine and stuff. Yes? A bike kitchen? Yes. A bike kitchen is a make-it-yourself movement. So in Sweden it works like you can come there with your bike, and there are volunteers working in the bike kitchen who can teach you how to repair your bike. Or you don't have a bike, you come there because they also get a lot of bikes. When estate owners, they have a lot of bikes that people just leave when they move away and so on, and then they donate the bikes to the bike kitchen, and there's a movement of renovating those bikes. So it's one example where maybe it started to be an initiative for the ecological dimension. You save resources by saving the bikes, but it also becomes a social meeting place. We have a lot of international students and people from other countries especially coming to these bike kitchens and finding a place to integrate in the Swedish society.
So it's a very wonderful place.
Sorry?
Very wonderful kitchen, bike kitchen.
Yes. You don't have? I'm sure you have some. No bike kitchen. Okay. Well, it's free to copy the idea. And I don't know if you have food saving movements. In Germany it has been quite big. It has also become here in Göteborg. And so basically it's volunteers who save food from supermarkets that the food is nearly out of date and they give it out. And people are queuing now in Sweden because the food prices are horrible. And so it's very, from an economic perspective, people with less money can come and collect the food. And as we all know, food has a big climate impact, so we should not throw it away. Another example, more into mobility, is the co-riding app Husgruppen. It's founded already in 2007 with 80,000 members, but now they are also launching a new platform for civil society NGOs because they realized they can reach out to NGOs and they can reach out to their members. And the basic idea is that people can ask for a ride or offer a seat in the car, and building trust is key. Because you go with a stranger next shoulder to shoulder, and you sit there and talk maybe between a ride to Gothenburg to Stockholm. You have 4 hours in a car with someone you don't know. So I like this idea as well. If I plan a trip from Göteborg to Stockholm and I go alone, it's better I can put my car and my trip on this platform, and someone else can find it and maybe go with me, and we share the petrol.
So it's kind of mobile app
No, it's on a website, I think. They had an app, but it's very difficult for NGOs to develop apps, so I think at the moment it's on the website. But there are other examples in Europe, I think, like BlaBlaCar and so on, with similar. But this is really built on, we share the petrol. It's not like I don't earn money on my friend in the car, so this is their idea. They should be equal. And these are other things that you can find on the map. We have one public sauna, some years ago, and a pool. And this is in one area of the city where we know we are not going to build houses for the next 10, 15 years. So we can use this area for placemaking, testing things, and if people like it, we will keep it when we build. And actually this sauna, they like it so much, but it wasn't built to be there forever, so we had to take it down and rebuild it. But now it's going to be permanent. And we are celebrating 400-year anniversary in Gothenburg this summer, actually. So there's going to be a festival starting there next weekend. But I will talk maybe more tomorrow about that. The pool? The swimming pool is behind. You cannot see it, but it was one of the ideas for the anniversary that people want to bath closer in the city center, not going outside to the beach. So we're trying to have, giving that opportunity to have a swim in the city. And then we also see new innovations coming. This is not an NGO, it's a commercial company. It's called Piffle, also founded in Gothenburg. So we can see that these kind of boxes, digital boxes, are coming more and more into the cities. Their idea is to put boxes in the park where they provide different kind of sport equipment to activate people basically and be social. But if we don't want to have the same situation like with digital e-scooters of the city, maybe the city start to think about a strategy. Where do we want these boxes on our public land? If you're a private estate owner, of course you take your decision if you want a box. But as a city, we need to take a strategic view on how we want to see the development. So Gothenburg has just joined an EU project together with some other European cities where we will explore this issue a little bit more. And my final picture was just to sum up. As previous speakers have already talked about this, I just want to emphasize that I personally am very passionate about the sharing economy, basically because it integrates, or has at least the potential to integrate, both ecological, social and economic sustainability. So even if the bike kitchen is saving 800 bikes a year in one bike kitchen, the main benefit is maybe that they build social capital and resilience in the city, and in the library, in the toy library, that you can change the norms and behaviors over time, that children can bring new consumption patterns and so on.
But can I ask one thing about the bike kitchen?
Yes?
What if you have a rusty bike, like some bits are rusty and they're gonna fall off? So how are they gonna save it that way? Are they gonna saw it off, or are they gonna leave it? Just put something over it?
They try to also keep very broken bikes, take the spare parts and see if they can use it in another bike.
Question.
Yes?
With bikes, like, okay, you can put your like old bike there and they will fix it, but they are selling the new old bikes, or what they're doing with them.
No, if you go to a bike kitchen, you pay like 100 kronor membership, and then you get the bike.
Ah, okay.
So it's a very good way to make people with not so much money both learn how to repair the bike and then to use the bike. So it's not about the commercial and in a new way.
Yeah,
so
okay, thank you.
I would also want to say that one of our big challenges is that to find premises for all these initiatives in our city. We are really struggling to give out premises for the bike kitchens and toy library for free, and I feel very bad in my heart that they should pay a rent to the city when they provide so much good values. So we are trying, this is one challenge we're trying to work with in our city now, how we can provide premises to a realistic and reasonable price for them. Okay.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for this new concept of sharing economy. I found it quite interesting. And I think it's another way or another possibility that we can look into. But as you know, you all know, every possibility comes with some challenges. And you mentioned the challenge of finding premises for all these initiatives. They're good, they're very interesting, but you know, there is always a little challenge that comes with it. So thank you very much again, and from what we have seen, I think we need to go and visit Gothenburg. So thank you very much again. Okay, now we move on to Mainitido, and I'm waiting for the explanation.
All right, so the question has been, what is Lomerism, right? And I think that's actually a really good introduction to my intervention as well, though there have been very impressive examples before, so I hope to give a couple of points from my side as well. But the story is that around 2017, so that's what, 6 years ago, I started analyzing my own personal lifestyle because as 6 years younger, I was very worried for the environment, and then I did all these steps to make my lifestyle very sustainable. And then I felt that I wanna have a name for this lifestyle, but I don't think that it's just like sustainable lifestyle. I think that what we need is to kind of be more content with what we already have. There has also been talks about that we have to reduce our consumption, we should reduce production, etc. So I thought that it should be somehow like low consumerism, and then I invented my word of Lomerism. And actually at that time also I was extremely passionate about this topic, and I was providing also trainings to other people who were like eager to reduce their footprints and learn about the sustainable lifestyle. And I even went that far, right? You don't have to go that far, but I even went that far that I didn't buy myself any new clothes for 1.5 years, because I was like, I have like 100 pieces of clothes in my closet. Let's wear them. Let's wear them out. Like, why do I need to buy new clothes? But from that, actually, if you go really far extremes with your own personal lifestyle choices, then you are gonna discover that what I also discovered, that you can only go like a couple of meters further with your personal lifestyle choices, and then actually the system comes into play, and then you want to influence the systems. And that's where I also have come with my own career and things that I do, that I work with municipalities, organizations, regions in Estonia to really look into, on a systemic change level, what type of opportunities we have to provide without putting all the pressure on the citizens of making the right choices. Have you heard that from economic terms, all of us are called Homo economicus? The wise, rational decision maker who always makes the rational and the best decision. And that's also what the economy in that sense has as its basis, is that our decisions are rational and we always make the best decisions. there's the demand at the market, and then there's gonna be supply, and this is kind of like the general understanding of economics, right? That general people have. And that, I must tell you, I challenge that thinking. And I would even go that far and tell you, we've been lied to. How many of you are making rational decisions at any given time? We're gonna go to lunch soon, and there's gonna be a choice of probably eating a lot of salad and then eating more yummier things. How many of us are gonna like fill our plates with salad, if even though we all know that's the rational thing to do? One person, that's okay. Okay, so all of you suddenly want salad so much. But that's the thing, that it's not necessarily true, and that's also the thing why in this circular economy implementation, sustainability implementation, counting on people making the demand is not sufficient. For example, back in the day in the European Union, I'm giving you a European Union example, because in some non-European countries it is still legal to smoke indoors. It was also very allowed in EU countries. You could smoke here now during the conference, in restaurants, when babies sleeping next to you, everywhere you could smoke. Can we imagine that we just naturally, by people wanting that, would have somehow, you know, as citizens, changed the situation? Not gonna happen. It would have never happened if EU would not have made a law that it's illegal to smoke indoors or in all these restaurants and places. And then yes, the smokers were angry because they were uncomfortable for a moment, but now if you ask any smoker, they don't imagine anymore eating in the smell of smokes. So that was the crucial role of regulation. So you make the undesirable behavior in that sense illegal. And I'm a true fan of, in that sense, regulation, that also at this very moment that the free market, the market is never gonna regulate itself against existing exploitive, cheap ways that have been established over decades, over the last couple of centuries. So we need regulation to actually push the innovation towards circular economy. We need cities like municipalities to be giving money, funds, governments giving money to the right behavior and making it uncomfortable to pollute, making it uncomfortable to use single-use plastics, to be very consuming in resources and materials and all that. So that's kind of like how we can push actually towards the transition, and we can do our part as citizens, of course, like go take part in community gardens. I have experienced that as well in Tallinn. It was super fun to pick my own lettuce and make my own salad out of it. But also if you have a position where you can influence current decision makers into reducing working hours, for example. Research shows that if people work less, they become more sustainable because you have more time to plan your meals, to work out, to spend time with your family and friends, and that makes us more sustainable in that sense. Question? Yeah, don't. You want the salad. All right, but with that, I will actually finish my intervention in that sense that do your part, but also we do need systems to change, and I think regulation is the way to go.
I have a question. I would ask you were telling that free market will not solve the problem. So you were referring that the free market will not solve the problem, but when we are seeing that people are like more and more wanting to be more green, so is it like also like the free market is the people? So we are saying that the people will not fix it. Of course, we can make it faster using all these laws and stuff, but isn't like also the way that when like when we are seeing people like us here who are like taking care of the who are like feeling that this sustainable world, let's say, is very important, then when there is enough people like us, then the free market should also fix the problem, because we are the free market in this example. Or what you were meaning that the free market is not fixing the problem? Thank you.
So what do I mean is that, for example, if we would now here collectively design a product and we come up with like the 3D, like the, however it's called, like the drawings of the product, and then we send it to random Chinese website to produce, and then we can produce it. It doesn't have to be repairable. It can be made out of the most polluting plastic that's not recyclable. We don't know if the people who make it are actually adults or if they get a fair salary, and then the product is at the market. And nobody has asked for this product. We just kind of came up with this so we can sell it because it's a free market. The thing with the demand and supply is that the businesses, of course, they're gonna play the drum of consumers. You demand this product, you are not demanding better. But that's what I also said in the morning. It's like, if I have a choice of do I buy myself food or do I buy myself like organic food, I'm gonna choose the cheapest food and the maximum quantity. And that's the element that I don't necessarily have that strength to fight for the better choice. And then secondly, because there are so many layers before we get to the layer of a business actually changing its business model or a product. For example, again, let's say this hotel is gonna offer us food in the single-use packaging and single-use cups. We go to the restaurants in a while. I don't know, Vasily said he changed the agenda, so I don't know when you get your salad. So then we go to the restaurant and they give us single packages. And we go to the waitress or waiter and be like, hey, like, why is it like that? We want reusable things. And then maybe all of us go that. And then the waiter is like, okay, maybe, okay, I don't know. And then maybe he or she mentions it to their boss, but the boss is like, it's cheaper, who cares? And then it never gets to the upper levels. So that's the challenge of like, we are the people, we are the force, but at the same time, there are so many barriers to go through. And that's why I'm saying that I'm not against free market, but I think we just have to agree on the borders of the free market. And we're like, this material, polluting, not recyclable, this we ban, but hey, here are like 100 other options for you. Do your free market in those options. So that's kind of like my idea of like that the market is not gonna regulate itself, because businesses are gonna want to continue doing business as usual until as long as possible, until literally there's a law that says that it's illegal. That's what the reality unfortunately is.
Thank you, Mary. I think we have to decide whether it is going to be salad or we continue the discussion. Okay, we have, how much time?
10 minutes for presentation, 2 minutes for...
Okay, you have 2 minutes to presentation. Okay, now I am very pleased to give the floor to Michalis Kavuklis, President of the House of Europe in Rhodes, Greece, who is going to give us his views on the same issue and maybe on the salad as well.
For me, it will be Yanis for sure. I have to declare that. Actually, Mary did a very nice passage for me. So I've got most of my things short. I would like to say that don't judge me wrong from the start. Wait me to go full circles if we're talking about circular economy, and judge me at the end. All these discussions are really arrogant. You touched it a bit. It's arrogant because we are always used to take us out of the equation and say we're doing this for the good of the planet, etc. It's really arrogant on ourselves to talk about the planet, because in the equivalent of the planet, humanity is just like a pimp. It comes and goes. The planet has another 4 billion years to reside, well, at least when the sun explodes. So for us, it's just nothing. We are nothing on this history of the planet, on the life of the planet. What is at risk is humanity. And we need to start to talk about humanity at risk. Not the planet, not the tigers, not the crocodiles, not the dinosaurs. It's the people that is at risk. Our home, our livelihood, and the species. And the thing is that people, we know from history and mythology that the planet was warmer before. If you have heard about the mythology about Hercules, what he killed in Greece? Lions. It means that the temperature was much warmer, the climate was much warmer, and there were lions in Greece. Now we are in Sahara. So you can see the goal. We have the histories of the floods, of Noah, of Zeus and the flood, or Gilgamesh. We know that we have water rising. My island Rhodes, the mythology says that it emerged from the sea. And even now, when you go up to the mountains, 1,000 meters above the sea, you can find seashells and starfishes on the ground. So the planet changes. What changes and adapts is also humanity. And the thing is that whether we can be able to reverse climate change or delay the destruction that we have caused, we need to adapt. People will die, but this is the course of humanity. All those people die. This is a bit cynical. But the thing is that we adapted. We adapted before, we will adapt, and hopefully we stop destroying our place of living. So this is my first comment on that part. And I go directly to a small paradigm. We have a European project called GIRA, Green Initiatives in Rural Areas. It's between 6 countries. We as Greeks, we want to promote that part, not just the rural areas, but also the islands, how it's supposed to live in an island. And so we have a small island near Rhodes, Halki. Halki is inhabited for the past 6,000 years at least. And now it has only 250 permanent inhabitants. And during summer it goes double, plus the tourists. Okay, and they are the model, they were picked from the Greek government and the European Commission to be a GR Eco Island, Greek Eco Islands, which means that they promote sustainable practices, etc. So they have 2 main actions, 3 actions: zero waste, total recycling, this small island, total sustainability on energy production to cut off the connection with the roads and the installed solar panels, and electrical mobility to everybody. And they succeeded. So we wanted to go with this project and present it to our fellow European partners. And what happened there? We have the vice mayor explain all this nice stuff and how many millions were spent by the European Union to make this island sustainable. And a young German lady takes the questions. And why we spend so many millions of euros for 200 people? Can we just relocate them? If we are reasonable and rational, she's right. All these people, we should abandon this island and just relocate people where it's more financially efficient for them to live, for the state, for themselves, because it's a small island, they don't have any doctors, they don't have even a drugstore. This is the reality of a small island. And then you start thinking about what is rational and efficient. It's actually efficient to start spending billions of euros to save Venice from flooding and sinking down the sea? Is it? It's not. It's not rational. Why to save the pyramids or the Parthenon or Manhattan? Manhattan also is sinking. Why to save them? Just relocate all the people, spend money. So we are not rational. We are human. We are attached to our home places, and that's where circular economy goes, because that way we can contribute ourselves in our homes. Because in the global scale, we can do nothing. We are too small. My impact in the planet is nothing. Or however I eat, travel, consume, etc., means nothing. But in my local community, I actually matter. how many people I will influence, how much waste I will produce. It will go in my soil, in my own land, not in China or here in Estonia. I don't have a negative impact here. So, as Nikos Kazantzakis, a very prominent Greek writer, said, if you cannot change the world, change the eyes that see the world. We have to change how we see the world and understand our place in it. So, in order to reverse actually the climate change, it's about protecting our way of life. But what we're going to protect? The core values of our life or the vices and the vanity of this kind of life? Well, I'm still with Yanis for the lunch, okay? You're not, sorry, for me. 3 minutes, yes, I will conclude, don't worry. So, as climate changes, also the solutions have to change, to adapt. Because solutions are not the portmanteau that we can take from Sweden with these amazing things they do, or from here in Italy, and apply them to Greece, or to Italy, or Tunis, or more difficulty to the public Congo, or China. You all mentioned the conditions of China. Are we willing to do the sacrifices? Because one true circular economy is the one economy that is successfully at 100%. It means that it has no external input, not output. So we produce and consume whatever we produce. This is responsible to producing and consuming according actually with the sustainability goals. So are we in favor of start producing ourselves or consuming things only that we produce? No cheap search, no technology, because technology is not produced in Europe. All the microprocessors are produced in Taiwan. So we need to have some sacrifices on that. Are we ready to make that sacrifices? Are we ready to push the European Union, because it's a very good paradigm with the smoking, to make a fair trade more close to all the trade agreements with all the countries, to ensure that every product imported in European Union and then participate in the circular economies that we have established in local communities, it's fair trade, fairly produced, environmental awareness, and all these nice things we say. Are we ready to make all the sacrifices ourselves? I'm not sure. We're going there. And in order to close down, because I get more things to say, I don't hope to inspire you a bit for exchange during lunch. We have previously been successful with the environment. When I was growing up, the major issue was the ozone layer. Now you hear about the ozone layer? No, because all the governments of the world tried, agreed, and fight to affect the ozone layer problem. And now it's restored, and nice and protectiveness still, and contributing also to a bit minimizing the effects of climate change. So we can work together, we can do it together, but our significance is to press our politicians and states to do the difference themselves to the global scale, and we do the best we can in the local community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michalis. This is really a very interesting vantage point, a way of thinking of the issue, and I think it is going to stimulate our thinking, whether we are eating salad or something else. And I think it's something that we need to come back to think about this, particularly the change of narrative that you mentioned, the rationality that needs, from your point of view, that needs to be reviewed, but also the third point I think you mentioned is the sacrifices that needs to be accepted and implemented on the individual, the society level as well. I think the fourth point that you made was the fact that we need to have both politicians or the political decision makers to really put their act together and on the side of the citizens, there is also something that needs to be done to complement that those decisions and to implement that. So, unfortunately, we do not have any more time for questions, even though I personally would have liked to continue this one question. Okay, who's going to be the lucky one?
Short one question, lucky question.
No question, so it's the no question.
Okay, questions then I don't have.
Where is the lunch?
Do we have one?
I guess.
There is one. Adam, go ahead.
Thank you. For me, like, to comment about, like, okay, we need to have a free market, but then like a market within a border. So like my question, okay, then is it a free market then, or is it like a limited within? But I also felt a bit of like, okay, everyone need to be vegetarian or everyone need to be this, so like we really need to change the whole lifestyle. But I think what we also need to keep in mind, the negative impact that like us having corn from the US, avocado from Brazil, this from there, so like to transport all these goods to where we are, to go to the supermarket, even the biological supermarket, and have it there, to get it from A to B, is also cause, of course, a lot of damages. So I think this is also, in a lot of cases, been ignored, because, oh yeah, it's a green, it's like a green wash, basically, like, oh, it's biological proof, so it's okay to do it. So I think this is also a bit of, point to highlight, I would say.
Thank you for your comments. I mean, yeah, like how can it be a free market if you're gonna put borders to it, right? But I mean, I think the main point that I think we need to realize is that, as it was pointed out, it's not about saving the planet, but it's about saving humankind. And that's the question of like what type of decisions we have to make. And if we look at currently the commitments the countries have made from the Paris Agreement, we're like still here, but we should be here, and it's like nothing. And that's why I'm thinking that we do need to change in a way what we define as like, you know, like why are we here as people? Like, are we here to work until we get like health issues, and then we're depressed and we're sad and we're violent and angry? Like, what's the meaning of life? I think that's also a question we don't ask ourselves as a society often enough. And I think that's why I also said that we should reduce working hours, and we should kind of agree that, hey, we want to have nice living environments, and for that we have to agree that some things are not okay anymore. And then like we have agreed that it's not okay that kids have to work in most of the countries and they get to actually go to school. And that's, I think, the main understanding we need to have. And then the thing about food coming from other countries than our own country, that's also the beauty and the paradox of nowadays world, that it's very global, it's very connected. In Estonia, for example, if I would want to eat locally in January, I would need to eat carrots, potatoes, and beets. That would be my diet mostly. But if you look into data about environmental impact of food, then the biggest choice you can make actually is eating less meat. And even if my avocado, even where all year around, comes from Peru, then the environmental impact of transportation in food sector is 6% of the whole, like 6% of the emissions of food come from transport. Around 5 comes from packaging, but majority of it comes from how the food is grown, what choices are made in the farms. And that's the thing. Shockingly, for me, a choice between, for example, a tomato from Spain, which we have in Estonia, or Estonian pork, the environmentally friendly choice is the tomato, even from Spain. So that's also something to like be more aware of, like where are the huge impacts. And I would say
eating less meat is definitely one of them as well.
I don't think so, because one place where we have, I just was searching about this topic, and I know that we have one place where we are growing something. So every 3 years we need to give this place sleep, and so we need cows who can go there and make poops and so on. So and we also need to change every year in this place different plants. And if we aren't doing it, if we aren't thinking about animals and so on, it's eco-farming, and it's okay to eat meat. Just we need to think how it can work together.
Absolutely, because I did not say do not eat meat, I said reduce eating meat, because most of the animals that we are eating are in farms. They're not in meadows. They're not like the city oxes on eating grass. They're in farms. That's the thing I'm saying. Eat less meat. Not I didn't say go all vegan. Let's not go into that. So I agree that there is this ecosystems, but that's the thing. If we eat less meat, maybe for the existing animals, we can also give better living conditions and give them the fresh grass in the fields.
It's not all about consuming, it's about wasting also food. Because we waste 1/3 of the food that we produce, and that's equivalent to 3 times the food that we need as adults, European standard adults. We waste this kind of food for the global population. It's really bad.
Thank you very much. I think with this we conclude our panel. And so now it's lunches with?
Make applause. Thank you very much for this panel. Thank you for Michael from Denmark for being with us. It was a pleasure. Now, guys, we are a little bit out of schedule, but it's fine. We will make it the third session. We will be here back at 3:30, guys. Okay, so we have around 45 minutes for lunch. The lunch is served on the first floor, straight away where is the breakfast. So you just turn left and go downstairs. See you later. In 45 minutes.
Yes. Or we squeeze. You just can put the chair closer over here. Это Герман тут все будет. Возьми стульчик там. Садись. Сук просто туда. Так. Окей. Включи зум, чтобы Майкл слышал. Michael с нами. Yes. So thank you very much for those. Yes, thank you very much for those who came. Now we are moving to the third panel, the last panel of this day, and that's the civil society. So I'm happy to give up the management responsibility back to our friend ambassador. Okay, if you want, there's no problem for me. So that's the role of civil society organization for tackling green transition and sustainable development. Yeah, usually when we talk about civil society, the big people from the government already gone. Yes. So let's make applause for Laufey Lindahl Öfersdottir from PEP, Iceland, the farthest country. Adel Al-Baghdadi, We Organization from Netherlands, Amsterdam. Laura Maria Raila, Manager of Immigrant RU from Finland. Belgis Katab, IKF Youth Worker. And German Morris from Peace Child Estonia. Sorry, German. If the hatchet will be running, you will not be in the slot, but yeah. So, guys, so here's my first question for you. The role of civil society of tackling green transition. What do you think, what is the role of civil society organizations in your country? And the second, from your perspective. And the second question, have you ever been engaged or supported any sustainable development projects or initiatives at your local or regional level, and what was the result? We could start from Adel.
Thank you so much, Vasily, and thank you also for being here. I think after lunch, a lot of energy needed for people to be here and join. To answer your question, I think what we do, and this I think is also the difference between the civil society organizations and the governmental organizations. The governmental, they will say, okay, we will change policy, we will change rules, we will change laws. While the civic organizations, they will try to reach the people themselves to make the real change. And we do it like from we organization in a different way. We target the youth between age 15 to 25, 30 years old. We give them the training and let them create the impact that they want to see. So like give them the tools, give them the methods that they need to make the impact in the society, and not only tackling the sustainability challenge, but also like discrimination, inclusion, as well as greenery. Because I think what we need to adjust to include the sustainability discussion as well as all the other challenges in the society, and therefore, because like you cannot solve one issue and leave the other. So like we really need to have a holistic approach for all the challenges that facing society and humanity. And I understand that okay, it's a sustainable, environmental is also important, but I think all the other challenges as important as this. So that's from my side.
Yeah, next one. Hi. Yeah, to answer first your question about what we have been doing.
The role.
Yeah, the role. I mean, the role is obviously, I mean, I have to, I mean, our role as a society as a whole is to, do something, do what we can. And that's both governments, it's business, it's people. We all have a role to play, and we all have to do our bit. it, but the responsibility cannot be put, especially not on the poorer part of the population, because this is the people that don't really have the purchasing power to vote with their purse. And I mean, poor people in general, and I mean, when I say poor people, I mean people who are in the lowest like income bracket. Many of them may be working, but they are low wage, so they are struggling. And I mean, this is not the people that can bear any responsibility about the transition. But the government kind of solution is always to kind of reward the more richer parts of the population, like you know, reducing tax on electric cars. I mean, poor people can never afford to buy electric cars. They have to drive around in 20-year-old cars, you know, that go for petrol, and then they raise the petrol prices. So, you know, this was just one example. But I mean, we as a society, we need to encourage each other to be more responsible on a personal level. I mean, obviously, every little thing matters. Should I go into what we have been doing? Or yeah, I mean, the PEP is actually an organization that started as a grassroots movement of an organization called the EAPN, the European Anti-Poverty Network, which is a European network of like organizations that are fighting poverty and assisting people from poverty. We have now founded as an independent organization, and before we actually became independent, we were working within the EAPN on a project that was called the Free Cafe, which was basically a cafe that anybody was welcome to come into and just come and eat without having to pay. I mean, we had the contribution jar where people could, you know, if they were able to pay, they could, you know, make a contribution. But people generally could just sit there by themselves or sit with others, you know, communicate with other people and eat. We had like food coming from companies that were, you know, so it was a part of like a food waste project to reduce food waste. So we would receive food from companies that was almost out of date. And our first intention was to like cook with it and give away the rest to anyone who could use it. The problem was that this was at the same time as COVID hit, so we ended up at a certain period. We ended up with a lot of food that we weren't able to cook because we weren't able to have contact with people. So what we did was just to put all the food outside for people to take. But I mean, the Free Cafe ran in between in the periods that we could operate, and we actually managed to make quite a nice community within the Free Cafe, which was made up of people from all different backgrounds. We had all different kinds of nationalities in there. We had asylum seekers, refugees, immigrants, and also just poor Icelandic-born people, both homeless or people just on low income, people on disability, people with visible and invisible disabilities. And it was a nice community because very often the press manages to pit these people against each other, especially the immigrants versus the people on disability especially. But I mean, in our experience, these people can sit together and become best of friends. So I thought that was quite beautiful coming there and seeing that. The program was very successful, but unfortunately we had some kickback from the other help organizations who thought that we were doing the same thing that they were doing and, you know, interfering with their work, which obviously we weren't, because we were all people who had experienced poverty ourselves. We're not professionals, we're not social workers or people with any authority, so it was kind of like a peer project. So the people, all of our volunteers were people in those circumstances themselves, assisting other people. So and this was very successful, but unfortunately we are not operating right now, but we are fighting to continue. But yeah, so I will pass this to.
Thank you. My name is Marcus, and I'm born and raised in Sweden, in Malmö, the city in the south, the third biggest city. So they are talking about Gothenburg today, but I think Malmö is better. We have some multicultural city that we have people from all over the world. We have so many refugees that we work with. And I have a background like an entrepreneur, but I work with everything in the city to hold the city to the level of the best to this youth. I have my own youth center for 10 years ago. I have built it with youth in the city, and we work with Denmark and Copenhagen from the other side, because we have, you know, that we have just 20 minutes to Denmark from our city. So you know there is so many things that's happening over this bridge all the time that youth like to celebrate things. They're coming to Malmö and over to Denmark. So we have like so much youth, and the city is one of the youngest city in Sweden, because more than 50% are under 30. So you see that we have so many youth to work with. And I want to show a video. Can you help me? Because you know the video, how I started when I was 18 to work with this. So you're gonna see a video how we started to project, what we have done. So I want to show more a video and talk about it. You can see it's a little bit in Sweden, but you're gonna understand the video. I think you're gonna understand it.
Tanken är att knyta ihop Malmös stadsdelar och göra det enklare och roligare för Malmöbor att ta sig mellan sina favoritplatser med cykel. Lite längre fram längs stråket fanns en stor parkeringsplats, vilket nu byggts om till en aktivitetsyta. Platsen har fått namnet Rosens röda mattan och genom stöd från EU tagits fram av Malmö stad och unga Malmöbor, främst tjejer i Rosengård. På platsen finns det bland annat en klättervägg, snurrbara bänkar, en scen med mikrofon och ett högtalarsystem som du under vissa tider kan koppla upp din mobil för att spela musik ifrån.
Den allra första grejen kring aktivitetsytan var att göra en ganska typisk sportplats. Men sen insåg vi att det var främst killar som skulle lockas av det. Och därför ville vi involvera målgruppen unga tjejer istället, för att se vad vi kunde få för resultat kring platsen med hjälp av dem.
Tjejerna har kommit med idéer som vi kanske inte själva skulle ha kommit fram till, och det har ju lett till den här platsen som faktiskt är något utöver det vanliga.
Något om gemenskap, plats för alla. Tjejer satte fokus på dans och kultur, musik och scenframträdanden. Kanske inte lika mycket sport som de första skisserna hade visat. Men viktigt var också att alla skulle känna sig välkomna. Vi vill inte bara skapa något enbart för tjejer. Det ska vara en trygg plats att komma till.
Okay. Yes, this is my first project when I was 18 years old, and my name is Onet, so I'm so happy that there are people who's going there and see how we did this. And you see from the first in the video, it was a parking place for cars, and it was so. There was no people who was passing by this parking place. There was no lights. And we want people to bicycle more in this area. whose name is Rosengard. So I put my teenagers in this project, and we did it together with the architecture in Malmö Stad and the government. And we get funding for this place, and we did it together. And this place is today 10 years ago. And we always have this open place that you can do whatever you want. And now it's not a parking place, it's a bicycle place that you can bicycle and have fun with your friends in this place. So that is my first project, to say what I have done. And you can see how much I have done after that. So, so this is the first thing. I hope you enjoyed the video. So if is it some question, you can talk to me later. Thank you.
When are you going to have your bike kitchen?
Bike kitchen. I can see that I have done more. Yeah, it's a good thing. We have it in Malmö. We have like a bike kitchen. In this place, we have it right now. Small, but it's not mine. But yeah, it's recycling bicycle place. We have it in this place. But we have so many things. I have. For 5 years ago, I had my own gymnasium school. I own my own school and build it with this these ideas that I want to build an entrepreneurship program to youth in our city. So it's very nice from this to have like a school and then have a youth center. So I'm very happy with the job we do. And I want more people to come and work with this youth, because we need all workers in this city, because there are so many youth who need help. So yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, the questions is all about
Okay. And I totally agree with my colleagues, and thank you for your experience. I think it's also a good note to us that we also can grow up and share an experience for each other. And what about Finland? Finland also, the Finnish government understood that role of civil society is very important and support that. And I'm very happy that all people can like run on NGO with their ideas, and many NGO they like work together for make better future. That's our ideas. But for me always how I like imagination, what I want and how I think it needs to work. For me, NGO is like a bridge between people and government, bridge what like help both way understood each other. And for my opinion, civil society will be like strong when people really understood their rights. And for my opinion, one of way like explain people their right. That, for my opinion, education is key. What really opened for us many doors. And if talk about like our project, what we did, I talk about last one, what just we finalized. It was project when we try educated our youngsters with creative way. Like we are studying all these NGOs, sustainable development goals and gender equality, and of course all important topics through the culture way, through our mythology. Because I don't know how you kids, but our students, when we ask them who is the Thor, the answer is a hero from Marvel movie. And we think that it's maybe not correct. They really need to know their history. And this project helped to us more understood youngsters, what they want, what they need. And also we hope that when we're running these projects, our youngsters learn much more, not only about like myth, about history of their place, but also about sustainability, about green growth, and what's important for me, they're not only educated, they get their own ideas, own vision. And I hope so that these small steps really help all of us communicate and make our work much more better for our kids.
So, hello everyone, I'm German. I'm
from Tallinn, Estonia, and it's such a great pleasure to be in that place with that people who are really interested in it. And know that we are not alone. We are all from the different countries, different culture, but now we're together. And for me, it's mostly the house work. Because if you want to solve the problem, you need to examine it from the different angles. So, firstly, we're taking the part that youths are what they want. They have to be fun and have more and more money. And as we know, what money gives? Firstly, some opportunities. And for us is just one of the most important to give an opportunity to express your self-opinion, use opportunities, and to be heard. Be hearing yourself, and it's really nice when the youth can be like a near friends with the experts and teachers, because in our school system, it's nearly that experts going not only for biology lessons, but going for green energy and other, but it's connected with other languages, like English language, Estonian language, with literature. It's really nice to be in part of it. And firstly, it's really hard when we get that footprint on our nature, because we know what have zero pollution, only our nature. It works by itself. We get on the road when we change that point, that organism. And now we set our footprint, and now we need to treat it highway that moving forward with our nature, to being like friends with them. And it's not so easy. It's a hard, long, temporary way, but it's one of the most important, because yeah, politics and other stuff is really hard in our times, and just to be in a mental time, it's hard to stay. Just to be in line with the nature is one of the great times when you can be by yourself. And our point, just to give for more and more youth that experience and understanding what is important.
Thank you. Thank you, German. Thank you, all of you, for your contributions. If you would allow me, I would like to maybe kick off this question segment by asking you all a question. We have, since this morning, even in this panel, we discussed, or we presented the importance of the joint work between government and civil society. They need to go hand in hand together. Now, the challenge would be, in democracy there is always the possibility of change of government, change of policy, change of orientation, change of vision. So what would be the role of civil society if there is a change of government that does not believe in the same vision or the same ideals of, the sustainability issues, the environment protection issues, the green policy pattern? How should civil society in general, CSOs or NGOs or whatever, or associations, how would they, how do you see their role that they should embody faced with this new challenge, particularly given the fact that they have already started working on certain projects, on certain ideas? So what would be how would they react to this? Do they have to adapt to the new situation, or do they have to challenge? How do you see the role? And it's the same question to all of you. So let's start in reverse with you, German.
So I'll start, in my opinion, one of the most important is motivation. And if you only have motivation, we get new ideas, we're setting what is the problem, what is the issue, and how to examine the problem. And we just need to, our politics and civil society will just pushing forward, not so hard, but pushing forward itself, and being community, one community that advocates his opinion and what you want to do. And that role is very, it's not strange because when the new green companies go into the market, and that is a great heated debate always, because when it's great oil company and see that one new green company that is on the market and just eat them. It's really hard to be in this monopoly game. And why? That's how civil society, our politics, just to be like one community, to be pushing forward and give that understanding what they want to do and why it's important. Because if we're not motivating it, we don't see the point, why should we do it? But we know what should we know and what is need to do. Not in every special country, but it's really important to being like one family that is motivated and minimum that they want to do something.
Yeah, for me, I actually prepared some recommendations. I'll just read it because I like when you ask the questions, like it's just basically fitting these recommendations that I took, aside from like all the work that CSOs working. This could be something. So like one of them is like promote policy forums, advocate for policies that aligns with sustainability principles, engage with policymakers to provide inputs and recommendation, and enhance the public awareness and education, because I think this is exactly the role that NGOs or like civil organizations, the role that they should play, raising awareness with the public. So even if the government would change, the work of civic organizations is to directly with the people, directly with the streets, basically. With that, we create the push, we create really the against force to whatever the government, if the government could or will change the policies when it comes to sustainability. Conduct awareness campaign to raise public awareness about sustainability challenges. Provide access to accurate information, and this I think is really key, to accurate information and resources for informed decision makers as well as the public, because I think what we hear a lot, like, oh, whatever you Google, you will find an answer for. Like if you want to say like, oh, let's become everyone vegan, then you've got 1,000 articles about why should we all become vegan. And if you want to say like, oh, why we all have to be only eat meat, if you Google it, you will also have thousands of articles about that. So I think to look for really information that will help the policymakers to make and create policies, but also the public opinion with data, basically. Like really, I think this is the age that we are living in. It's all about data and information. This is the time that we are living in. As well as I think that governments or big international organizations could also play a role. So like for example in the Netherlands, the government now started to put money to bring back the plastic cans. So not only the bottles, but now also the cans. And since they start with this, like 15 cents or 20 cents, they started to see the impact on the streets. Like everyone would bring it back because it's worth money. And then like in an indirect way, they said like, oh, some people say, yeah, but they created jobs for the homeless people so that they can earn money. I mean, whatever the end result, what's the end result is that like there is less plastic in nature, less cans now in nature. So like with this, I think it's really mobilizing and motivating people and the public to take part in this as well in a different way. So some people, financial could be the motivation, other ones will be the information is the motivation. So this I think.
Yeah, this is a very good question. I mean, we are partly in that situation. in my country, and I'm saying that because as a person in the lowest wage bracket and working within a community that is experiencing poverty, I kind of see how the current situation isn't doing much for the population that I work for. And I mean, I don't know what other measurement you want than the things that we see around us. I mean, what we can do, I mean, what we were doing, like with the food, reducing food waste, and we were also having like a rail of clothes where people could come and leave clothing and take clothing as they wanted. So it's not just food, it was also clothing and different items for like household items and stuff that people could come and bring, and then others that needed could take. And so I mean, I don't know. I think we as civil society organizations, we can be the mediators between those who have something to give and those who need something. So I mean, for example, if the government isn't that interested, I mean, I'm not going to say that our government does nothing, because they are doing something, but they think they are doing a lot more than they actually are doing. So so I'm just talking from our experience. But I mean, I think this is what we can do. We can connect directly with companies, and especially companies that want to make a change, that want to be a part of the solution, and have things to give that others can use. We can be the mediators for those kind of exchanges. So if that answers the question.
It's very nice, thank you. I think I love my city. It's always like that. That we are working with the local political. It's very important. People is always talking about the biggest government, that you have to talk like in Stockholm, but we are in Malmö, so we're working down and going up. That's my thing I always say to the youth. So we have to like the local, and they are very nice, and we have built a network with the political that we can just knock the door if we want something. So it's very nice that we have this network. And the media, I always talking about the television and talk there. The youth, I have worked with the Swedish television before, and it's very important that the youth have a voice there too. So always like working with the media, a newspaper that the youth can talk there, but because there is the local political, there is the government who are looking at it. And we have been so many times at the newspaper that the government are always calling us now. So that is very nice to push it there and say to people to knock the door, because we did it. We just knocked the door. And the other thing with the CEO and the companies, we have a big networking with the companies who working with the CSR. It's very important to research about that and see what the company do in Sweden. They have the policy or not to help them. For some of the companies don't understand that they need to do that. They are like, budget is economic, they want to be rich somehow. We have all the companies in Sweden. But if you knock the door and said, you can do the CSR, the policy, we can help you. So the youth is helping our company in Sweden to do this together, because they need people outside to understand something is happening outside. Because this business people are busy, they are going forward and they need to build something to their own self and to Sweden, and they don't see what's happening in the streets and the youth, what the youth thinking. So we are knocking the door and have this big networking now. So we build it together. We will build Sweden together. I always say that we need to be all sorts of persons in this. So yeah, this is what we do.
Thank you. Thank you. And I totally agree with that really you need to knock the door. But I think at first you need to be ready that changes, it's never happened so fast. And you need to be ready that it's a road. And maybe you will not find end of this road. Maybe only our grandchild really realize their ideas, what we talk now. But if you never do any steps, then nothing happened. And of course, for my opinion, also you need to think in that to be a good example. How you said that you don't just sit and say for somebody you need to do like that. You do it by yourself. And I thought that if we are be more active by ourselves and educate youngsters, educate also adults, educate migrants. When you open your heart from all people in your city, in your country, with whom you work, then step by step, and government also listen your voice. Because at first can be a small city, and maybe nobody know you, because organizations are different, and civil society can be like only one activist. But step by step, and your voice listen to other people, and then changes will come, and just believe for that.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what you said about the local governments. I absolutely agree. We have been working with the city of Reykjavik, who has been quite supportive. And there's always room to do better, but they, for example, provided us with our last location for the free cafe, and hopefully we will have that happen again. So yeah, I think definitely the local governments are the key. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now the floor is yours if you have questions. Okay, so we have 1, 2. Thank you, Ivan.
I studied multimedia communications, and I know how amazing and interesting it can be just making photos, videos, podcasts, and so on, and how such way of making something and discussing different topics and publishing it can change environment. Do you use it? What do you think about it?
Do you direct your questions to anyone in particular, or
Just who wants to answer? Because I know that some people have experience on it and have thoughts, but some people aren't using social media and don't understand why we need them.
Yeah, I also studied multimedia and communication, I mean, for us, I mean, the PEP, when it was under the EFN, we organized like journalism workshops, and the journalism media prize that we had like once a year. We would gather all the coverage of the media. I know it's not quite what you were talking about, but it's kind of connected. Where we would collect all the media like stories about poverty and things related to poverty, and we would like award somebody with the best coverage of poverty. So I mean, we have like partly done this, but I would very much be interested in making it more like so people themselves can make documentaries and stuff about their circumstances. So I think that's very interesting. Don't know if it answers your question, but yeah.
For me, I think the power of social media, I think no one can question that. And I think to reach people, you need, and to reach youth, we need it these days. Like you see the biggest politicians now on TikTok or on Instagram, because like it's the only way. Sorry?
It's illegal now.
Yeah, like to have it on your work phone, not on your private phone. So like you still can have it on the private phone. So, yeah, like the US, but they said only, like even now in the Netherlands, you are not allowed to download TikTok on your work phone, but you can still have it on your private phone. So you know, so like this is also something. But for me, like all this, it's another discussion. Like, okay, why Google is allowed to collect our data and China not? But I mean, you know, so like this is also a big question mark. But yeah, to reach youth, we need to use social media, and to reach youth, we need to use different channels to use social media. So like, if you want to use Facebook, you will reach another people or another target group than if you will use TikTok or Instagram or Snapchat even, or YouTube, as well as the newspapers. Because I think like as people who are working on the field, we need to talk with different, with the society, basically, with also the language that the society will understand, and not be like the news journalists that they will speak only for like high intellectual minds. We need to talk a language that everyone could understand and make it, understandable where the people are, and not invite the people like, oh, you need to be at a certain level to understand what we are talking about.
If I could just shortly add about the different types of social media, but as a volunteer network, it's kind of hard to like expect volunteers who don't have knowledge of those media. Like, I mean, most of us are of the Facebook generation, so we only know how to operate Facebook. So if we were supposed to be active on places like TikTok and Instagram and other media, then we would have to have volunteers that were familiar with those.
You don't need volunteers, you need youngsters who are studying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
you
mean,
need communication
they can
with
become volunteers.
media
Yeah.
And give practice to these students. I just made a podcast, what is volunteering, and the main why I was doing it and so on is this idea that we have lack of communication between universities and youth organizations.
Yeah, I mean, I also work for a podcast medium, so I do technical work there. So we are very likely to implicate that within the work. So
I love social media. I've been working for so long time for the Swedish television, so I know the social media is, like we say in Sweden, A to Ö. It's very like you do it, like you have to do it. We have all things from Twitter to TikTok, and the thing is, I'm not a volunteer, but I'm sitting on TikTok like 12 to 4 o'clock in the morning just to see live senders. What is the youth talking about every day? Because the youth are there, because our youth center is open from 5 afternoon to 5 in the morning. So I'm sitting and just listening to see what is happening, and every day is happening something new with the youth. So you have to be upgrade all the time to see what's happening there. And the biggest platform is TikTok, Instagram for the youth, and I have like Snapchat too because of the youth. So it's like everything. I have to be there everywhere to see what's happening. And the newspaper, like I talked about, and the television and the podcast is very important to reach these people who are working with the companies, with the government. So we have the all reaches from all the places. And we have youth who use this and help me with that. So it's not me on myself. Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Like social media is very important for us. It's part of our life, and we can't play this game that, oh no, yes, it's part of our life. And civil society also needs to work with our new tendency of our world. And of course, youngsters now, they mostly use TikTok, Instagram, and I remember how my students say that Facebook is for old people. Yes, and I just to start understood this Facebook, and I'm already late. Yes, and yes, we need to not to be late and find a new way to communicate. And it's a good resource, but we also need to study. I especially talk about me.
So yes, and nowadays it's rapidly switching. If nowadays Facebook was one of the most important things in our lives, and then it switched to the Instagram. And for years, whenever what is it, Snapchat, Twitter, or something else, for example, it's like a newspaper. It's like agenda for the day, for the life, whatever. And it's maybe a rough comparison, but media was playing a huge role in all times. If you memorize that problem with Tesla and Edison, that AC and DC, when Edison just killed the elephant to show that Tesla electricity, like so, just not so good as him. It just is like playing on it, and if you want to stay in a moment to be popular, you need to use media just to take in time. And what is just rapidly switching, if just getting a new platform, what is more important for the us, for other people, it's probably not so informal. If you compare like Facebook, it's more official, and Instagram, they just posts. You're scrolling, surfing. Oh, that's one here. And nowadays it's impossible. And about virus videos, maybe that video was made by 2 minutes, just collect over 1 million views. And something new televisions that take different hours with professionals and viewing for 100,000. And that is very inconvenient to compare them in our lives and nowadays, because really rapidly switching.
Thank you. Yes. So from my side, I don't have a question, but more suggestion or method what we can everybody use it or the government can implement it. Because we have in Latvia that kind of system about the free cafe, you have it, but we don't have so specific a place. We have some places, but in some cities we have cabins where people leave the food spreading out the country, and like if you put the food, then somebody can take it. It's working now like take one product and leave one product, but you can basically use less food, like put your food there and somebody else can take it, because it was implemented to help more who has lower incomes, but now it's basically helps with your food waste too.
I think, like what you said, it really highlights the importance of civic initiatives and like citizens initiatives, which is, I think, not waiting like, oh, the company or the policy or the policymakers or the government. No, like people, community-based, grassroots initiatives can really make a huge difference on a national level. And here I think would also like to highlight the importance of the social entrepreneurship, because like a lot of these examples that we share, it's happening as a social entrepreneurship, where like the income or like the benefits can sub or goes into the project itself, and then it will keep it running. It will help the people who are working there, as well as having, so not only positive impact on the people who are working there, but also on the society as well. So like in the Netherlands, there's an example of a supermarket, like really supermarket, that got donations from like the big supermarkets for the product that they are almost expired. So like you still have 1-2 days maybe before they expire, but then you can buy it for like 50 cents or €1, or you know, like something that was €5, you can get it for 1 or 2 euros. So like with this, you are still giving the pride for the people who are in need to pay for their food, which is, I feel, it's always nice to give the pride for the people. So like no matter how much the person has in their like wallet, but once you pay for something, you feel that, okay, I bought it, not like I got it as a donation. So this is as like helping the people who are in need, but also definitely creating a positive impact on the food waste in general. The same thing with clothing. Like there's a social entrepreneurship place where like they start to recycle all the materials, all the fabrics, all the jeans, and now they make collaboration with a big jeans company in the Netherlands to recycle all the jeans as well. So like not only once, but you can, I don't know how many times you can rerun the same fabric of jeans to create a new product and new jeans basically. So this is, I think, is also something very important.
Yeah, in Latvia they created just this kind of method because to reach more people, because if there is one specific point, somebody can't reach it, and that's why they kind of taking out of through the whole country. It will help reach more people.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, it has been also going on in Reykjavik, but that's also like an initiative of civil society. But we had something called Freech. F-R-E-E-D-G-I. Yeah, it's kind of the same concept of like somebody putting on a fridge in a certain place, and then social media is used to kind of, you know, they say, just put this in there if somebody wants it. And, you know, some people even cook soup and put in jars and put it there.
Because I think in some places, some cities, or this is needable because we have food waste a lot, and yeah, it's kind of good method, but you can use it.
Yeah, we have also discussed the thing like you were talking about the free supermarket, or you know, free or low, you know, whatever it is, and we have actually discussed it with several other organizations, and I know there is interest in Iceland to open such an initiative, but obviously it has to be kind of done in collaboration with the supermarkets in some way, because they have to donate and they probably have to find benefit from, like, you know. So yeah, but we are very interested in taking part in something like this. It's also, I mean, another thing that we have that, for example, the help organizations don't have is that we don't ask for anything. We don't have to prove your poorness to come and eat with us, or, you know, it's just like on your conscience. If you want to pay for it or can pay for it, you can. But I mean, the help organizations, you have to come and bring your tax return and, you know, bank statements, and, you know, kind of, and it's degrading. And I know many people who need to go there, but they don't want to do that. So what we were doing was obviously not the same thing that they were doing. It was more like an open space where people could communicate, make friends, you know, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think that's very important.
Yes,
Yes. We have it too in Sweden, like you said, in Netherlands. We have it like Iceland. But the thing is, I am in the board for the Red Cross too. So there we have like a big places in Malmö that we have this. You can just come and eat all day, 24 hours. So we have it.
You have a budget, because we have in Latvia the same organization.
Yeah, but I know. The Red Cross is like, it's different, but you have to go in the board and just like I did. And we like working a lot in Malmö about that, and we have 13 places in just a little city like Malmö. So now, and they can come and eat and buy clothes. We have everything, like a community in the Red Cross, that you can come and do everything. You can have a shower if you want, you have everything there. So that's very nice, but you have to do action. That's the only thing I always say. I was there and knocking the door on the Red Cross, and I said, what are you doing? Like, I want to help you, I have IDs, and I know that you have a budget. So put it on the right things. So it's like that I'm doing. So yeah.
I don't need a microphone. Oh, yeah.
I'm living two realities. So I'm Rudy, I'm coming from Belgium. I'm living two realities. I'm living a reality which is the Belgian one, and at the same time I'm living a reality which is the African one. So for 2-3 months in the year I'm in Africa. I should be very, very, very careful about a kind of absolute statements. What I discovered and what I see that is functioning is working with co-responsibility. Very often in Belgium we say the real poor people, we don't see them because they are really ashamed, or they hide themselves, or they don't want to show up with their situations. That's first thing. Therefore we thought more also in the sense of, I think you're from Iceland, as far as I understood, to see it as a co-responsibility. For instance, what we can furnish is the goods, the products. What you can do is the cooking and making together as a community food. And there it's the same thing. We try to be as open as possible. We are not going to ask for papers, or we are not going to ask for an ID or whatever it might be. We are supposed that when somebody is giving an effort and coming at the same time to the place, this is 2 efforts already. In Africa, the situation is even a little bit worse. I'm not going to speak again in absolute statements, but I have seen if you give things automatically to people, that their engagement and their own responsibility is getting lower and lower, and just emphasizing their situation of poverty. So there, once again, I should like to invite that struggling against poverty, it might be around a lack of food or whatever, that it is always a community who has to strive and work for it, and that each member, whom it might be, has a responsibility in that community. The one is cooking, the other is bringing food, one other is serving, and what it might be. And as we are really co-responsible, then I think we get out of the vicious circle of poverty, and what we are giving here, if it is a lack of food or whatever it might be, it's just a signal. It's just I call this an item. I just call this one example, but we can manage it on many examples. I think even what you heard this morning, we can talk and we can talk and we can talk, but as long as there is no community taking a responsibility, and each one of these responsible is really taking his responsibility, never will change something. I heard very beautiful things this morning about different countries. I was a little bit later because I came from Portugal out through Belgium to here. But I say once again, everything for me is culture. As long as there is not a culture and a mentality which is changing, you might have the most beautiful actions you ever think. When it is not a cultural event, when it is not a cultural thinking, when it is not a mental one, you just lose time. I'm sorry to say that.
If I may, thank you, Rudy, for this comment, because actually I had the opportunity this morning to talk on the side with one of our experts this morning, Katie, and we touched upon the issue of culture. And I think for me, this dimension is really central. You cannot take out culture from this social activity. And I agree with you with what you said about Africa. And I even go further, because the organization, if in most of the African countries, particularly in the northern part of the country, of the continent, is based, the social organization is based on the group, on the family, not on the individual. Initiatives like what we heard this morning and this afternoon work perfectly when you have a community where the individual is an entity. In other communities, particularly, as I said, in the northern part of Africa, but also in several other sub-Saharan African countries, the community is based on the group. So the real poor, as you said, are the ones that you don't see. And usually you don't see them because they're taken care of by the family. You don't see them go outside, and they are being taken care of by the family. And the reason why the family takes that responsibility, it's because when you see somebody in a dire situation on the street, the quote-unquote, the shame goes on the family as well, not on the person. So there is a very strong sense of responsibility there is a consciousness about the need that the family gets involved. And beyond the family comes the group. And that sense of shame as well is also felt by the entire group. So there is totally another approach in those countries than what you see in countries like, in Northern Europe or elsewhere in Europe. So what I'm trying to say, and I thank you again, Rudy, for bringing up this issue of culture. It is it's vital, it's central, it's the core issue here. If you do not take it into account, it may work here, fine. But you see, let me just give you an example. When there is a natural disaster or something in a European country, and you see people getting together, it makes headlines. In countries in the South, it doesn't, because it's natural. It's natural, it's normal. Another example is when Libya had its civil war, and about 1.5 million Libyans crossed the border to come to Tunisia. They were hosted by families, and the families never asked for a single dollar. They hosted them because they felt the responsibility for that. This is really something that I feel very strongly about. The cultural dimension needs to be really looked at and really taken into account when we discuss issues like this. Thank you.
I just wanted to, I absolutely agree with you that, like for us, we need to have the cultural dimension as well. But I mean, for example, for what we were doing, we were, having all kinds of guests come, from all parts of the world who had different cultural backgrounds. I think that the most important thing, because you were also talking about that everybody needs to do something in return for what they're receiving. I don't disagree with you, but I think sometimes people
I
need.
didn't say.
Yeah.
This I
Oh,
didn't
sorry.
say.
Maybe I
I
missed.
didn't say that you have to do something in return.
Okay.
Because then you are in the facts of compensation. I said if you are in a culture of community life, it is automatic that each one has his contribution.
Okay.
That's
sorry, I misunderstood, but this is a very common critique as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's important that you give people room to come in and become a part of the community. Sometimes they may come every day for a year and they just sit by themselves and have something to eat and then they leave. And then one day something happens and they kind of, break the ice, speak to somebody, and then they become an active member. So I think it's very important to receive people on the terms that you don't know where they're coming from, you don't know their story. So you kind of have to show compassion, but also just to be open. So, yeah.
That's a very interesting discussion, and I want to underline the importance of the culture. And in our work with the migrant women, which are coming from all over the world, how I see the globalization process now actually is migration. Everything is migration all over the world. And it's really, really important to work with the culture, and we are calling cultural intelligence. Nowadays it's a fancy name, let's say. But what is culture? Culture is behaviors and habits. And once a person is moving from one place to another, we need to be open, we need to give the place. But the phenomenon that is happening actually is that we are building a new culture. And it's really, really important. So it's not that we are giving or we are not giving it, we grew together, we are growing together.
Maybe just one thing to add about this, because we also work with migrants and refugees as well in the Netherlands, and for what a lot of people will think integration integration means that, oh, I have to throw everything away and then adapt to the new culture, while it should not be the case. Like, that culture has something good and bad, as well as the other cultures as well. So I would always say to our participants, like, being migrants or being a refugee, you got like a reborn opportunity to choose the best of both cultures and then like make it your own culture. So like adapt it, but to make it your own, version of your culture basically. And I think this is also what everyone needs to understand. The hosting society or the people who live in that country and the newcomers, that like culture is not status quo. It's not like, yeah, but also like not something like written on stone. It's like flexible. It has to be like dynamic. Otherwise, it will break. And that's, I think, if we all believe that, okay, what you do, what you have in your culture is something nice, I could adapt, and what I have in my culture, I can give it to you. So like we exchange, and then we create our own culture rather than like more the polarization that we see, like, oh, you are not integrating, you are not doing this, you are not doing that. Yeah, but what are you doing then?
Okay, well, thank you very much. This was a very interesting discussion and debate. Again, like the other panels, I wish we have the opportunity to go much further and have the time to discuss in more details all these issues. But you know, time is of the essence, so and the clock is running us. So thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Big hand up to all panelists. Thank you. And thank you for the audience, for the participation, the questions, and simply for being here, being part of this initiative. So I turn back to you, Vasily.
Yes, we have probably 15 minutes for coffee break, and at 16:55 we are coming back here, okay? We will have a very